Good morning. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Hey, watching a trouble spot this morning already on 24, the westbound lanes at Briley Parkway. There's an accident there and two left lanes are blocked. You'll want to schedule some extra time to get into the city on 24 westbound. Again, that problem is at Briley Parkway, south exit 54. In the news, a possible government shutdown still looms at midnight tonight.
Chaos in Congress with the deadline for a government shutdown now less than 24 hours away. Left in limbo, some 3.5 million federal workers who, in the event of a shutdown, could be left without paychecks this holiday season. Many, including airport security and air traffic controllers, would still be required to show up for work. Lawmakers have less than 24 hours to renegotiate a deal to prevent that from happening. Christiane Cordero, ABC News, Washington.
Well, it's been almost 2 years and still no closure for a Middle Tennessee family forever changed by a road rage incident.
Metro Police putting out a reminder of a reward offered to try to identify the person responsible for a Christmas Day 2022 road rage murder of Christopher Sponhorst. The 37-year-old Greenbrier husband and father of five was fatally shot while driving westbound on the East Loop downtown. The reward for information leading to the arrest or indictment of the driver of the black 2016-2017 Kia Optima sedan involved is up to $23,000. Anyone with information is asked to call Crime Stoppers. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
I-840 reopened last night around 8 p.m. after a tractor trailer carrying thousands of pounds of produce overturned in Hickman County yesterday. TDOT crews were brought in to clear out the 40,000 pounds of produce all throughout the day. Again, this morning, a problem 24 westbound Briley Parkway. Two left lanes blocked off by a multi-vehicle accident there. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stocks ended mixed Thursday following one of their worst days of the year. The Dow Jones ended a 10-day losing streak, adding 16 points. The Nasdaq dropped 20. The S&P closed 5 points lower. The government says the economy grew at a healthy 3.1% from July to September. So far, the gross domestic product has topped 2% in 8 of the last 9 quarters. Workers at 7 Amazon delivery stations across the U.S. are on strike. The Teamsters Union says 10,000 workers are on picket lines. Amazon says the strike is not impacting its operations during the busy holiday shipping period. Ireland has second thoughts about embracing the building of data centers that power the artificial intelligence boom. The Amazon, Google, Meta, Microsoft, and TikTok centers are consuming too much energy, increasing fears of future rolling blackouts. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
And we're looking at stock futures pointing down this morning. The Dow futures are minus 231. NASDAQ futures down 257 points, and the S&P futures losing 45. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Big trouble spot this morning, 24 westbound at Briley Parkway South, exit 54. 2 left lanes are blocked off by an accident there, and it appears it's a multi-vehicle accident, and it's causing a lot of delays this morning. The delays are stretching back pretty far on 24 westbound, so be advised of that. You'll run into that again at Briley Parkway. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And welcome on in to your Friday, December 20th. Hope you're doing well. And I've got to start out the show here on this Friday just reminding you of what the media has been saying, the mainstream media and MSNBC and so forth, what they've been saying the last 4 years about Joe Biden.
Start your tape right now, because I'm about to tell you the truth. And F you if you can't handle the truth. This version of Biden is the best Biden ever.
I mean, that, of course, is Joe Scarborough, and just one of many examples of the media defending Joe Biden's clear, rapid decline that now, as the Wall Street Journal reported yesterday, has literally been going on since day one of his presidency.
She knows so long as she was 9.
I mean, we've all heard the audio bites because they're everywhere.
Where's Jackie? I didn't think she was going to be here.
I mean, we saw him wandering around, clearly not fully aware of where he was going, what he was supposed to do. And we all said, talk show hosts across the country, including me, we said something's wrong.
You know who's most complicit in this?
Who?
The media.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I know. But what I mean is, like, there are reporters that go on the airplanes with him. They are on the airplane with him. They get to have first-hand interaction with him. Mm-hmm. And they clearly knew that something was wrong. And they brought it every day as if it's normal. Their stories about him were just normal stories. Nobody ever said, hey, we're in trouble. This is our country.
No, Joan, you're absolutely right. I mean, here's the media, when they refuse to acknowledge the obvious, when they refuse to actually ask questions, this is why they have no credibility.
I was sitting, 2 feet from him across the table, and he was, intense.
Have trouble walking sometimes? Yeah, so did FDR. He wanted GD war.
But he's totally focused. He's very sharp.
They say he's sharp in meetings and so on.
Very lucid, very well informed. Biden is stately, and he comes with gravitas.
I cannot wait.
Stately.
Sharp as a tack. Yeah. That was the phrase to describe him every time.
That was clearly the memo at one point came out. Remember, Joan, I don't know if you were with us at that point, but where it was clear that in the talking points, sharp as a tack.
Yes. And every outlet used the same phrase, right?
They actually did.
Yeah.
What's kind of funny is in that last soundbite, they're talking about Joe Biden's gravitas.
Yeah.
The last thing I want to think about is Joe Biden or any of his supposed gravitas.
Yeah.
This story from the Wall Street Journal. The White House tried to hide from the public Joe Biden's rapidly diminishing mental condition for his entire presidency. So from day one, Biden's team actually hired a vocal coach, put other officials into roles usually occupied by the president, scrapped meetings on his bad days, and kept him at arm's length from his own cabinet members. And the crazy thing is, We all saw this. We all knew this. But we were called ageists if we said anything.
And don't believe your lying eyes.
And don't believe your lying eyes. This is from the Daily Mail. An explosive investigation by the Wall Street Journal has exposed an extensive, deliberate, and years-long cover-up that also saw the administration gaslighting those who dared to claim Biden's abilities had deteriorated since he was Barack Obama's vice president. You know what I want to know? And we're going to have Jonathan Fahey on to talk about it. He's a big-time lawyer and so forth. Is there any charges that we could bring against anybody? And I don't know if there are. But clearly, if there were people complicit, and there were people complicit in having a president that clearly was, his faculties were just diminishing as we watched for the last 4 years. I don't know what charges could be brought. I don't know if treason is the right one. But literally the most powerful man on the face of the earth was losing his faculties. People in the White House knew it, and they covered it up. Again, I don't know if that's treasonous, but it sounds like it to me. And so remember all those times, and there were many, when the questions were asked about Biden's cognitive abilities, and we were told again, he's fine. And that we were terrible people and dumb to even think about all that. Despite the efforts of eager beaver, this is what they say. Despite the efforts of eager beaver handholders, Biden's decline became increasingly obvious, especially after the special counsel Robert Hur and his report last year when they depicted him as a forgetful and frail, then 81-year-old man. Hur decided not to charge Biden for keeping classified documents in his Delaware garage because he would likely present himself to a jury as a sympathetic, well-meaning, elderly man with a poor memory. Do you know who was not well-meaning? The people within the Biden administration. Do you know who were covering all this up? Do you know who was also not well-meaning? As Jones said, the media. I want to see, and I'm dying to know, what Joe Scarborough has to say for himself this morning. F you, he said, if you can't take the truth. Start your tapes, he said, and we did. And so we have it on tape that Joe Biden clearly was not fit for office.
Start your tape right now, because I'm about to tell you the truth. And F you if you can't handle the truth. This version of Biden is the best Biden ever.
A well-connected Democratic strategist confirming to Daily Mail. They spoke to 50 people. 50. And you wait, friends, you wait until Biden is actually out of office. Now, apparently word is that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, the two of them, they've canceled their plans to go home, wherever that is for either one of these two. Kamala perhaps back to California, Biden to Delaware. But they've canceled those plans and they're making their way back to the White House. Now, perhaps it's because of the budget crisis. I don't know. But there's a lot of questions being asked. A well-connected Democratic strategist confirming to Daily Mail that influence over Joe Biden has been concentrated by people who are not external-facing, including his close advisors Bruce Reed, Steve Ricchetti, and Mike Donilon. In other words, who is running the country? And this is a question that we all asked. Who is running the country? People not elected. And by the way, they're still running the country now. People that 99.9% of the country had no idea who they were. The Wall Street Journal, remember, we've reported on this earlier. The Wall Street Journal did an earlier piece on these suspicions. They had sources and they had great reporting about what we're hearing about this morning and yesterday when this came out. This is the second report from the Wall Street Journal. And the Wall Street Journal was viciously attacked. Details straight ahead, 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Still have that problem on 24 this morning. The westbound lanes at Briley Parkway, that's exit 54. The accident is blocking off 2 left lanes, and it looks like there's more than one vehicle involved in that accident. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much. 5:15. As far as your weather for today, a high of 39, a low of 32, cloudy, no rain today. Saturday, a high of 40, low of 28, no rain. Sunday, high of 43, low of 26, no rain. 5:16, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know, I do feel like there should be just a little bit of gloating from people like me who have been, and everybody else on this radio station, who have been saying for the last 4 years that Joe Biden is a dementia patient who is occupying the Oval Office. Wall Street Journal coming out yesterday saying that is absolutely true. They spoke to 50 people. 50. And obviously, this isn't the first time that we've heard these accusations. The Wall Street Journal reported this a while ago, and yes, they were viciously attacked.
Wall Street Journal running a horribly sourced piece saying that Biden is unfit.
Dubious Wall Street Journal report about the president's acuity.
Shoddy story by the Wall Street Journal questioning Biden's mental fitness.
Wall Street Journal story had a lot of flaws, as you said. But Sinclair, they didn't do any original reporting. They didn't follow up. They didn't do any work.
Right. And you know what's funny is that you have all of these media members who were ignoring what was going on at the time. And now they have to, I guess, I don't know if they're going to, but are they going to turn around now and admit that they were, as Joan said earlier, part of the cover-up? They say that Joe Biden's lower-level staff have long griped that this secretive triumvirate, got 3 people, also known as the Biden Whisperers, developed an outsized influence over America's oldest ever president. As his term comes to an end, many in Washington agree that this has been hard to tell who is actually in charge of running the country. They've got egregious examples of the White House cover-up, included one relayed by Democrat Congressman Adam Smith. In 2021, listen to this. This is horrifying, knowing what happened with the failed Afghanistan pullout. In 2021, when Smith was chair of the House Armed Services Committee, he tried desperately to get in touch with Joe Biden before the bungled withdrawal from Afghanistan to share his serious concerns about the plan. His attempts were rebuffed. He was never able to get to Biden. When 13 U.S. service members and 170 Afghans were killed, Smith criticized Biden publicly and was reprimanded by Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Biden finally called Smith to apologize, which, despite his key role in Congress, was reportedly the only personal call that Smith received in the president's entire 4-year term. I mean, that is crazy. As a matter of fact, when you think about it, how often President Trump during his administration, Barack Obama during his administration, they were always talking to members of the House. And so that's not necessarily shocking given what we now know. But I'm going to repeat that. Biden finally called Smith to apologize, which, despite his key role in Congress, was reportedly the only time that he got a personal call during the entire 4-year term of President Joe Biden. Now, with all of this going on, the disasters in policy like Afghanistan, the terrible mistakes in speaking, the wandering, they were very secretive about Joe Biden. He rarely came out for interviews. The Democrats, they just kept on lying.
I'm not lying.
If there
I'm telling you a fact.
But if there ever is a problem, do you think that you could go tell the American public? Do you think in your role that you're in a position to do that?
Of course, if necessary, but there's no need for that.
I mean, listen to the lies. Of course, that, again, Kamala Harris, and she was being pressed, and she went on and said, there's nothing to see here.
There is a political argument that is being made that is not based on substance. And you're asking me to hypothesize around what are my duties to the American people as Vice President of the United States that are based on ethics and morals and the law. I will always follow those rules.
I mean, man, those comments clearly, simply put, did not age well. And so now my question is going to be for, somebody like Joe Scarborough and some of these other folks, what do they have to say for themselves now? Now that 50 people within the Biden administration have come out and said that they have been covering for this dementia-ridden president for the last 4 years. They've been gaslighting us for the past 4 years. And, there's a lot of folks, and I would agree, that this is the largest presidential scandal in American history. 521 on Nashville Morning News. By the way, coming up right before the news, the Jill Biden factor. She plays a big role in all of this, as you can imagine. Details straight ahead, and Joan Jones has the news straight ahead. Joan, what's coming up?
Well, we'll tell you which items were cut from that so-called skinny CR that still didn't make it through a congressional vote last night. And a popular discount store is going out of business and liquidating its content. You know what that means. There's a good sale going on. Those stories coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
525, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening. The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737 WWTN.
You know what a lot of people are saying about Joe Biden?
Yes.
Is that we can blame everybody else in the world, but Jill Biden is most at fault.
She's an enabler.
She pushed this.
It's funny you should mention that.
Yeah.
The Jill factor. Close aides were also deeply worried about comparisons between Biden and his wife, Jill, who is 8 years his junior and conducted a packed schedule that only highlighted the president's plotting pace and frailty, according to the Wall Street Journal. In other words, you got, couch pattern Jill, and she is, running around with this packed schedule, clearly enjoying being the first lady. And so they were worried that she was outshining the president. They say even before Biden's first day in the Oval Office in 2021, there were concerns that Jill's energy was making her husband look bad. During the 2020 election campaign, Biden's team sought to play down how many events Jill was holding. But again, as all of this is going on, the Democrats need some audio, KGB. But as all of this was going on, the Democrats continued to lie, and it just went on and on.
Ageism is an issue. Americans have a rich history of holding people's physical characteristics against them. Okay, you can ask African Americans.
He's older. That doesn't mean that he is unfit, and there's a lot of ageism there.
Now, this age attack, this obsession by the right, Joe Biden may not be able to speak for himself the way that he used to.
So, I mean, and you guys and folks on the Super Text line, absolutely correct, where Joe Biden clearly knew what was going on. The inner circle knew what was going on. They say the protective circle around Biden was heightened because he entered the White House at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, and his staff took extensive steps to avoid him catching the virus. But the strategy was also designed to prevent Biden from making gaffes. Boy, that didn't work. Or taking physical missteps. Also didn't work, which would damage his image or create headaches for the Democrats. Senior staffers were put into roles that many thought Biden should be occupying. Press aides were told not to tell Biden about bad polling or negative stories. Now, that makes sense. Because remember when Biden insisted that he was doing well in the polling, and everyone was like, but you're really not. And I even said, are they telling him the truth? Or do they have him in some sort of a protective cocoon? It's clear that they had him in a protective cocoon. One passage from the Wall Street Journal, but this summer, Democratic insiders became alarmed by the way Biden described his own polling, publicly characterizing the race as a toss-up when polls released in the weeks after the disastrous June debate consistently showed Trump ahead. They worried that he was not getting the actual truth. And it turns out that was what was happening. That they were, not only were they protecting Biden from the truth, but they were also covering up clearly that Joe Biden was mentally incapacitated. Coming up during the 5:35, a Fox TV legend is going away. We're going to talk about, did you hear who this is, Joan?
I couldn't even believe, I was watching yesterday as it happened, and I thought, oh my gosh, I was caught off guard.
You told me this morning, and I was like, what?
Yeah.
I liked how he signed off. We've got the audio straight ahead. Super Talk, 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 5:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The GOP-controlled House rejected a revamped or so-called skinny spending bill that would have staved off a government shutdown, which is now scheduled for midnight tonight. 172 Republicans and 2 Democrats voted in favor of the bill. 38 Republicans voted against. That bill needed a 2/3 majority for it to succeed. House Speaker Mike Johnson is not deterred.
This is Washington. This is how lawmaking is done. It's a long process. Sometimes it takes a while to reach consensus, but we're going to do the right thing here tonight. The American Relief Act of 2024 will provide temporary funding to get us into the first part of next year. We're excited about that because Republicans will have control of the White House and the Senate and the House, and we'll be able to make the key decisions about funding for the 2025 fiscal year.
Now, some of his fellow lawmakers are saying they're waiting on his Plan C. Some of the items that was cut from the original CR included the pay raise for lawmakers, the reauthorization of a State Department agency that critics say is central to a censorship scheme, and also that land transfer for the building of a new stadium for the Washington Commanders football team. There has been an arrest in the death of a teenager earlier this month.
Metro Police say they've arrested a 15-year-old boy in the shooting death of 18-year-old Ashley Dominguez outside an after-hours club on Murfreesboro Pike. Yariel Sandoval was arrested in Clarksville. Police say they used video footage of the shooting to help identify a suspect. The video showing bullets fired into a car with 5 passengers. One of them, Dominguez, who was in the back seat, struck by one of the bullets, dying later at the hospital. 2 other women were injured. Police say the investigation is ongoing. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Big Lots getting ready to go out of business. The retailer announcing yesterday that the sale of the company to Nexus Capital Management fell through. So now it's hosting going out of business sales at all of its remaining stores. The Big Lots sales will be complete by early January. Traffic and weather are up next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, that spot on 24 westbound, still a mess this morning. It's a multi-vehicle accident. Westbound 24 at Briley Parkway, exit 54. We've got 2 lanes blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Joan Jones is here. I'm Dan Mandis. KGB Jeff Malinoff is here. Morning, everybody.
Getting used to calling me KGB, or you still prefer Malinoff?
I don't care. I'm more concerned that literally I said good morning and nobody said anything.
Oh, I was doing my producer stuff as you were saying
what
that.
Are you doing?
I'm updating the weather.
Very important because there's a blizzard on the way.
There's really not.
Yeah, it's sunny for the weekend. Don't trick Joan. I gave him weather for the weekend. Don't make me look bad.
No, I don't actually need to do that for you, Jeff. You do that well all by yourself.
You're
by the way,
just like my dad.
People are asking why we changed the top of the hour ID. I can't believe that people notice these things.
Wow.
Did you
they
notice
that? I'm the same way when it comes to like when I'm like into a show and I see a little change. I'm like, that's different. Like in Friends, when their intros to themselves, like it's a different scene than it was the previous season. You notice it.
Oh yeah. Whether my opening bumper music, whatever it is, they changed it. And folks, when I tell you that I'm just a working schlub and I don't know what happens around here, like that is the honest to God's truth. I mean, I don't mind that they changed it. I mean, whatever, it's fine.
The schlub part.
The schlub part, well, that will always remain. But
never changes.
There were changes, and they said, "Do you mind if we do this?" And I said, "Well, I mean, whatever. It's your station. You want to change the opening theme and all that?" I said, "Just make sure that Kennedy stays. Make sure that John F. Kennedy stays, because I like that little, that little." Quote
is that
Kennedy.
from his inauguration, or is that a different speech?
Ask not. I don't know. Is that from his inauguration? I know it's obviously very famous.
I mean, like Kennedy probably had the greatest inauguration speech of all time. It's up there.
I think that was from his. I think that was from his inauguration.
His inaugural address on January 20th, 1961.
There you go. Compare that to what Biden sounded like when he started.
I mean, you could do that with Reagan. Like Reagan was like they consider him old, but he was still like one of the greatest talkers we've ever had in the presidency.
Oh, the great communicator, Ronald Reagan.
I listen to his speeches sometimes just because he hooks me in, and I'm 29.
So
you're alive.
So that's what you do on Friday and Saturday nights is you listen to old inaugural.
Speeches? Sometimes before I go to bed,
you need a girlfriend. You really need a girlfriend.
I have dates.
Definitely does.
I have dates.
Are they? Never mind.
Don't you, Joan?
No.
I know you're going.
Finish that statement, Joan.
Joan, don't. No. I have evidence of dates.
Yeah.
I was doing Matt Murphy's show like 2 weeks ago, and I was saying like I had a date on I think it was like 2 Fridays ago. I took her to a steakhouse. It was nice. We had a good time.
Where'd you go?
Connor's Steakhouse in on Cool Springs.
Sure.
Nice place, really fun. And we got there around like 7, and we were there till closing.
So here's the big question.
Yes.
Is there another date?
Yes, we are planning another date.
Okay.
This job kind of put my schedule into a bit of a tailspin and my freeness.
No idea what you're talking about.
Well, see, that's the difference. You guys have families.
Yeah.
I'm the one. I have to branch. I still have to make sure these plans work. So we're planning for a Sunday evening kind of thing. And if that doesn't work out, something after Christmas.
Is she conservative?
Yes.
Is she?
She's a Trumper.
Is she a Trumper?
Yes.
All right, very good.
You can bring her in if you want.
Can we call her like right now and find?
No, I could not. At At 5:40 a.m., do you want me to have her not talk to me again?
I think that'd be funnier than all get
It's
out.
up to you.
I mean, I'm not going to risk it. That's not. No, we're not going to do that.
Jeff, you're supposed to be a team player. That's your role. Team
Well, okay,
player.
you said I need to get a girlfriend. This is like the exact opposite of how to get a girlfriend. Do not call her at 5:40 in the morning on a live radio station in front of hundreds of thousands of people.
I need a raise. That's how many people. I guess, whatever. Anyway, moving right along.
Okay, fine. Hundreds. Is that better?
Couple dozen. Neil Cavuto is leaving Fox News.
Wow.
And I was shocked by this. I will tell you that I think his ratings have been pretty good. People are saying that Cavuto was one of the last guys at Fox willing to call out Donald Trump. I don't necessarily know if that's true. Whatever. I don't watch Fox, to be candid, all that much. However, this is what he said.
This is it, the final segment. But today I also wanted to let you know this is my final show. I am leaving Fox. I've been planning this day for some time. This just seemed like a good time. Now, some of you might be thinking, well, Neil, it's about time. After all, I've been doing this for nearly 3 decades here.
Do you know what's weird about Neil Cavuto?
Wow. What?
He looks better now than he did 30 years ago.
And my boy has, what does he have?
He has MS.
MS. It's multiple sclerosis.
Both my aunts on my dad's side have it, and it's pretty debilitating for sure.
But he's done so well.
He has.
He takes long stretches, though, where he's gone.
Well, he had open heart surgery. Well, he talks about it. He had open heart surgery. He's got, he's had MS, and as KGB said, very debilitating. And so he's had a lot of health issues.
That's pretty amazing considering the fact that, I don't know, I might have missed a day or two here and there, battling everything from multiple sclerosis and COVID to countless infections, even open heart surgery. Then there were all of those awful series of hangnails. Don't get me started on that one. I might have been unlucky in health, but very lucky for the support I got here and the things I got to do here.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, 30 years at that level. Now, word is they offered him a contract, but it was not to his liking.
Yeah, because did you notice in the beginning he said, I'm leaving? He didn't say I'm retiring.
Nope, he said, I'm not leaving journalism. I'm just leaving here.
Yeah.
He might be doing like his own maybe podcast where he's at home more and just maybe health-wise it's just better for him.
Maybe he and Chris Wallace are going to go do some work together.
Good Lord.
So, yeah.
That's a punishment, working with Chris Wallace.
And here, I can't even imagine. Here's the... Here's his final words on Fox News, Neil Cavuto.
My Irish mom used to say, we should count our blessings and never forget who blessed us. In the end, that should be our focus, and that is mine tonight. Not all the stuff that divides us or the nastiness that embitters us, but the far more important stuff that unites us and defines us and lifts us. I tried to appeal to those better angels, and I'm grateful you gave me that chance. That is why I say goodbye with only good thoughts and good wishes. I hope you have a very Merry Christmas and a wonderful holiday season. May the new year be as fulfilling for you as these nearly 30 incredible years you've blessed me. That means a lot. You do too. Thank you, and good night.
Oh,
there you go.
Goodness.
Neil Cavuto.
Classy as always.
Listen, I spent a lot of time yelling at the TV screen because of some of the things he would say.
Oh, he drove me nuts.
Yeah. But the 5 was on, of course, right after that. And all of the hosts said the same thing about him, that in person, he is the most gracious and kind. I think it was Jessica Tarlov actually said she interned with him. I'm not sure if it was interning, but she may have interned with him.
Yeah.
And afterwards, he sends a handwritten personal note thanking them for being on his staff for that period of time.
Aw.
Yeah, very, very personal and very intentional about how he feels about people.
Joan, the thing that I really liked about what he said was, I don't think I included it much in my clips here, but he really went out of his way to thank his staff.
Yes.
As he said, for carrying me all these years, and that's a heavy lift. So I liked what he had to say, and we'll see what he does next.
He's gracious, yeah.
They haven't said, by the way, who's going to replace him.
I'm sure it's going to be Charles Payne.
Keith Olbermann.
Oh, gosh, no.
No, he like that. I pick him because he's the worst human being alive.
I don't. You think Keith Olbermann? Oh.
He's truly awful.
Hold on. Okay. Who is the worst human being on the planet?
Keith Olbermann.
You say Keith Olbermann.
Have you seen
Joe
the awful
Scarborough
things he said?
it runs a close second.
Well, the thing is with Keith is he turns on people so quickly. There's a reason he lives alone in an apartment full of 20 dogs and cats. Like, he's never been married or has kids. Like, he goes after his exes. He goes after ex-employees. He says everyone should be fired or arrested. Like, anyone who doesn't have an opinion other than himself, other than his own, they're the devil. They're Hitler. They're Nazis. Like, 2 days after Trump got shot, he still called him, quote, our Hitler. To me, that's a bad person.
All right. I don't know. I'm sitting here thinking about Joy Reid.
That's okay.
Okay, yeah.
They should have an awful off.
An awful off. That's pretty good.
Who?
An awful off.
Should we ask the chat? Like, who's worse, Joy or Keith?
Well, let's leave it more open-ended.
Yeah, I think Joe
Let's leave it
Scarborough
more.
To me, Joe's a light of sunshine compared to those two.
A light of sunshine. He's a light of something. I don't know. You know,
Whoopi Goldberg, someone said she's up there too.
Yeah.
Somebody says Charles Payne is the bomb.
He is, and I think he'd make a great host replacement for Neil Cavuto.
5908 says, morning, Dan, leave the kid alone. We need more conservative.
Yeah. Don't you want me to marry a nice conservative Christian woman who actually helps out at the church that she works at? Like
Yes, I want you to be well, KGB. I do.
Good.
I want a future Mrs. KGB for you.
Oh my God, that's what she would be called if I married her.
You could teach her Russian.
Did you already practice? What's her first name and your last name?
I don't want to say her name just out of privacy because it's only been one date. I'm not putting all my eggs in one basket.
We can call her, Joan.
What is it?
We can call her future ex Mrs. KGB.
We can call her Svetlana.
Why do you want me divorced already? Like,
I just a fait accompli, man. I'm just kidding. I'm just. All right.
Svetlana. She's going to be that because you need a Russian name, right?
Well, she doesn't need to be Russian.
Yes. What's a great Russian name?
Svetlana.
Svetlana Malinov. Is that where we're going?
Yes.
Oh, my God. That'd be funny. Hey, I love this.
Mail order bride.
San Francisco.
Yes.
This is the headline. No one has to be healthy. San Francisco has actually tapped now a fat activist to be the weight stigma czar.
Did you see this girl?
Yeah, she's like massive.
Wait, I actually haven't. What's her name again? I'll look it up. I'll get my actual first
Virgie Tovar or Tovar. And she's big. Virgie. Yeah, Virgie. Virgie Tovar.
It's short for Virginia.
I was gonna say short for virgin, but that works too.
Yeah, I'm looking at this woman.
Oh, good Lord. Sorry, first reaction. The first video I see is her just downing a cake.
Yeah.
Like, really? That's
she's a big girl.
Listen, the book that she wrote, You Have the Right to Remain Fat, and a DEI professional announced the position on her Instagram account on Monday. I wonder if they pay her in cake. Sorry.
Fun fact, I was 40 pounds overweight, and I was not okay being fat, and I lost it.
You see, that's the thing, and I don't want to get into fat shaming because everybody's got their struggle. I was fat for many, 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 many years, and I still have my problems, my own weight issues. But this thought or this notion that it's okay to be obese is not healthy. Now, you do you, right? But does San Francisco really need a weight stigma czar?
And
that's the question.
She's on the Department of Public Health. That's her position is with the Department of Public Health.
Or public unhealth.
Yeah.
I mean, good Lord. So, yeah, I'm curious as to how much money she's making to do this. They say Virgie's corporate training focus on creating a non-judgmental environment where professionals can build awareness, vocabulary, and best practices aimed at decreasing occupational weight-based discrimination. The DEI section of, can I just say this? By and large, if you're producing, people don't care how much you weigh.
Yeah, that's true.
Like nobody cares how much you weigh. If you're doing good, then nobody cares. I mean, the last thing here's my thing. I don't care what you weigh. I don't care if you're skinny. I don't care if you're fat. I don't care. But don't sit here and try to tell me that being morbidly obese is healthy. Don't lie to me and lie to yourself and try to say that it's healthy because it's not. And by the way, Virgie, if you said to Virgie, okay, Virgie, so if you could spend 6 months at a fat camp to lose all that weight and then to like glam over whatever, would you do it?
Well, here she says, now I'm reading from the New York Post. She said that medical professionals did pressure her to lose weight since she was a child, and she falsely believed that they were doing so with her health in mind. So she used all kinds of ways to do it, and she was actually deeply in the throes of anorexia. Yeah.
Well, I just posted on my Twitter, which is just Jeff Malinoff, my weight loss goal. I pick a picture of myself from last year and like just a few months ago, and I say like anyone who feels down about their weight, you can reach that goal of losing that weight. It's just everyone has a different path to doing it, but you can't do it. It's not impossible.
Yeah, I don't think that you should celebrate being fat. You know what I mean?
No.
And that's it. That's what it sounds like she's trying to do. I would encourage everyone to be healthy without judging them, but I'm judging her because she's judging everybody else. You know what I mean? Like by saying, well, if you're looking at me and you're judging me, I'm healthy. Well, you're really not, but whatever. To each his own, I guess.
She also said she was offered the weight loss drug Ozempic free of charge, but she declined it because she said it would not solve weight bias. So her intention is to make sure that people accept people who are overweight for who they are.
Your whole identity isn't being fat, though.
Well, but apparently for her it is.
Yes.
But that's a sad life.
That is a sad life. By the way, Natasha is actually a really good Russian name. So heretofore.
We're going back to that?
Heretofore.
I really like Svetlana.
I can't even say Slotvana.
It's not slut. It's svelte. Oh, my goodness. Okay, let's go to Natasha. Natasha's good.
There we go. I think that's what we really need to do.
God, we just went off the rails there.
Poor girl.
I think it's a great time now to move right along.
Hey, no, wait a minute. Turn the music off 1 second. Did you know it's going to snow today?
No,
you
it's
want to
not.
wear the jacket, long pants, long sleeves, and the kids have the hats and gloves as they are headed to the bus stop this morning.
Yeah, because it's going to snow.
Is it going to snow? Are you being serious?
Yeah. Well, there's supposed to be snow showers.
Here in town?
That's what our friend Stefano says.
I see nothing on the weather report I have.
Really?
I see clouds, but nothing snow.
KGB, you've literally given me weather that says no rain.
It's supposed to be partially cloudy on Saturday and sunny on Sunday and just cloudy today, no precipitation. There's a 0% chance of precipitation on my weather report.
All right. You still want to put the long pants on?
I'll call Putin. I'll get this figured out.
Can somebody somebody figure out the weather? Like is it supposed to snow or not?
I don't know if she's messing with me or not, to be honest with you.
All right.
Joan does not take the weather lightly.
I do not.
KGB. How dare you?
You and Svetlana. Not Svetlana.
Natasha, thank you.
I can't. Clearly, I can't handle anything complicated this morning. All right, so Joan was coming up.
Yeah, the great holiday getaway begins today. We'll check in at BNA. Also, what role did Elon Musk play in yesterday's continuing resolution catastrophe? Those stories coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Joan, I've been received a note from the Home Office.
Uh-oh.
So apparently yours truly brushed his teeth yesterday at like 4:30.
Mm-hmm. Did you leave toothpaste in the sink?
No, I left the water running.
Oh my gosh, Dan.
And it's been running since yesterday at like 4:30 in the afternoon.
Dan.
I got a video from the little woman.
From the home. Don't call her the little woman.
And,
you're going to get in so much trouble.
And she sends me a video of water running. And so I'm like, what the hell is this?
She let it sink in for you.
Oh, look at KGB. So apparently I left the water running for like 12 hours. She's not happy.
12 hours, Dan.
And the funny thing is, we just got our water bill a little bit ago, and it was like through the roof, and it's like, she's like, no wonder our water bill is so high. You
that voice.
Stupid son of a beep. That's what I heard this morning at 6.
Well, I mean, she's got you dead to rights.
Absolutely. And here's what I love about Amy. She just doesn't tell me about it. She takes a video with commentary as to how, dumb crappington I am.
Dan,
I was going to use the DS words, but I can't. So I say dumb crappington instead of dip. Anyway. Hey, it's 6 o'clock.
You didn't have to explain it, really.
News with Joan is next on WTN.
Good morning, 6 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Fresh questions about Elon Musk's influence on President Trump after the botched handling of the spending deal.
On Wednesday, Musk fired off more than 90 tweets slamming the original bill for wasteful spending, including pay raises for Congress and a land transfer for an NFL stadium in Washington. Supporters say Musk, who's been tapped by Trump to run a new Department of Government Efficiency, is just the kind of outsider needed to slash bloated government spending. Senator Rand Paul suggesting a bigger job for Musk, acknowledging the Speaker of the House is not required to be a member of Congress. Christiane Cordero, ABC News, Washington.
Here in Tennessee, new security measures are in place at Vanderbilt University Medical Center. Channel 4's Brandon Tierney says the hospital is using the same technology used to look for weapons at stadiums and schools across Middle Tennessee.
Hospital leaders say this is part of their multi-step plan to create a safe environment across the entire campus. We've reported on several guns that were brought into the hospital before these security systems were added. All Vanderbilt employees have to show their badges and go through the same security along with patients.
More security measures are being rolled out over the coming months. Well, this is getaway day for a lot of Christmas travelers, and the TSA expects to screen some 40 million flyers at airports nationwide. Already, BNA is packed this morning. And the airport rolled out a sort of a Christmas present for everyone.
We're talking about new high-speed Wi-Fi. It's up to 20 times quicker. You just have to take a quick survey. You can get connected to the Wi-Fi, and you're good to go.
That's Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac, who's reporting from the airport this morning. Now, she says United Airlines is also introducing a service where you can share location information with them from your Apple AirTags, and then they can help you to track your lost luggage. Market numbers here brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We've got the Dow futures down 190 points so far this morning. NASDAQ futures are falling 304. S&P futures are down 52 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Looks like they've got that mess cleaned up on 24 this morning at Briley Parkway. The delays have diminished quite a bit. You do have some delays heading in on 24 after the 65, a rejoinder there, and approaching Talbot's Corner this morning on Dickerson Pike. Looks like you're going to have some delays as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.606, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. I am texting right now with Congressman Tim Burchett. I am hoping that he'll come on this morning and talk about how he was one of two Republican conservative Tennessee legislators, congressmen, to vote no on the continuing resolution, the skinny continuing resolution. He and Andy Ogles both voted no on the legislation. So we're going to get into this. You know, there's a lot of people that are angry at the Democrats, including one J.D. Vance.
To shut down the government, even though we had a clean CR, because they didn't want to give the president negotiating leverage during his first term, or during the first year of his new term. And number two, because they would rather shut down the government and fight for global censorship bullshit. They've asked for a shutdown, and I think that's exactly what they're going to get.
38 Republicans vote against it as well.
That is exactly right. They're right. 38 Republicans did vote against it, too, and Tim Burchett was one of those 38. Andy Ogles the other. Say a House Republican measure to avert a government shutdown went up in flames on Thursday in a 174 to 235 vote after a near solid block of Democrats and 38 Republicans voted against this stopgap, which had been championed by President-elect Donald Trump. A new funding deal would have kept the government's lights on for 3 months, re-upped farm aid, adding a 2-year suspension of the debt limit until January 30th of 2027. And yes, it would have replenished $110 billion in disaster relief while cutting out other aspects of that prior deal that we spoke about yesterday. I mean, it went from like 1,500 pages to 116. But still, 38 Republicans said no. Now, again, remember, the bill from earlier this week failed because it ballooned into that 1,500 pages and was full of spending that wasn't necessary. A lot of these things need to be debated and need to be discussed out in the open. And now it's down to 116 pages, but I'm assuming that Andy Ogles, Congressman, and Tim Burchett both will probably say that there was no way that they were going to vote for this because by and large there was no cuts. There was no way to make up that money. I'm assuming that's what they would say. Maybe they have an issue with the process. We're going to get into that. But as all of this was going on, it was very emotional yesterday. Anna Paulina Luna from Florida was on the House floor advocating for the latest measure from yesterday. And things got really emotional and things got really heated.
Followed through on all of his campaign promises to the American people. Excuse me, I'm not done talking. Give me the same respect we give you guys.
Yeah, and tech billionaire Elon Musk, who backed the new bill, tore into House Democrats, specifically Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, for tanking the measure. He says he tweeted out, a super fair and simple bill was put to a vote, and only 2 Democrats in Congress were in favor. Musk wrote on X last night. Therefore, responsibility for the shutdown rests squarely on the shoulders of Representative Jeffries. Democrats wasted little time mobilizing against the spending patch. During a subsequent emergency caucus gathering, chants of hell no were heard from members huddled in the meeting room. I mean, remember what we talked about the other day, where Democrats, they're always like all oars in the water, going in the same direction, the whole thing. Because by and large, Democrats, let's be honest, they're not free thinkers. Republicans are. Tim Burchett and Andy Ogles, 2 of 38. Now, Congresswoman Luna, as she's simply trying to talk about this whole thing and let the Democrats know that they do need to vote to pass this thing, she says, look, this is on you.
The deal that was negotiated was largely rejected by the American people, which, to Speaker Johnson's credit, pulled it from the floor, which is why we are here today. The deal on the table will keep the government open for the American people, and if you guys so choose to shut it down, it will be on you, but not the Republican Party. We will not be going back to the table. This deal stands as it is, so let you go back home on Christmas and explain to your people why you shut down the government, because we won't be doing it.
The House.
Furthermore, Mr. Speaker.
There's a gavel. People are freaking out.
The House.
Yeah, the gavel didn't really help. I mean, you can hear the chaos, of course, and that's the Democrats, and they're really angry. And basically what the Democrats are angry about is the fact that the deal from yesterday, that we covered yesterday and earlier this week, that deal was pulled from the table because there was no way that it was going to pass. And the Democrats had all their gimmies in that piece of legislation. And so when that deal fell through, then the Democrats are really angry because they felt like they had a deal. And I believe that the Republicans are right when they say that the Democrats are voting no because they don't want Donald Trump to have any leverage when he comes in. So now he's going to come in, perhaps, we'll see, to complete chaos. None of the Democrats appeared to have specific grievances against the content of the skinny bill, which they say was a watered-down version of what they previously backed. Instead, they were perturbed by what was left out and alienated that Republicans reneged on the prior deal, they say, at the 11th hour. Now, that's on Johnson. That is on Speaker Johnson and those Republicans who negotiated the previous deal in the first place. Now, part of what was going on in the previous deal, they wanted all of that, just massive amounts of spending. They wanted it in place and leave Donald Trump handicapped with a big mess on his hands. Donald Trump and the Republicans, he wants funding for the farmers. He wants disaster relief for people across America, and he wants to raise the debt ceiling so the Republicans have room to negotiate and maneuver come January 20th. That is what Donald Trump wants. And so you had House Minority Leader Hakeem, and that, by the way, that's what this bill was offering. You had House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries also taking to the podium.
When you run up the debt and the deficit, middle-class families pay, working-class families pay, and we are going to defend them.
By the way, anybody else find that audio bite ironic? That all the Democrat spending over the last 4 years that helped drive up inflation to over 9%, and grocery bills remain far more expensive than they were under Donald Trump, previous to Joe Biden. Now, this guy, Hakeem Jeffries, really, he's going to lecture us on how all of this works? We know how it works. Thanks, though. So Republicans bring this new pared-down bill out, and Donald Trump, he clearly liked it. He did. Here's what he posted. Success in Washington. Speaker Mike Johnson and the House have come to a very good deal for the American people. The newly agreed-to American Relief Act of 2024 will keep the government open, fund our great farmers and others, and provide relief for those severely impacted by the devastating hurricanes. A very important piece, he says, vital to the America First agenda was added as well. The date of the very unnecessary debt ceiling will be pushed out 2 years to January 30th of 2027. Now, Donald Trump posted, we can make America great again very quickly, which is what the people gave us a mandate to accomplish. All Republicans and even the Democrats should do what is best for our country and vote yes for this bill tonight. Well, Republicans didn't. Democrats as a bloc didn't. And now here we are looking at a government shutdown right before Christmas. We'll talk more about this straight ahead. 6:15, time to check the roads on WTN. .616, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. As far as your weather today, high of 39, a low of 32, clouds, a very, very slight chance of what some are calling precipitation, other calling snow, whatever. But
Snowmageddon.
It's not Snowmageddon, Joan. What is wrong with you? I'm going to start calling you Fake News Jones.
Oh, don't.
That's what I'm going to start doing.
No.
Fake News Jones. I'm just kidding. Thank you, Joan. So I think that is where we landed, because this was some controversy earlier in the broadcast, because some people were saying it's going to snow really just a little bit. Other people are saying no, it's not going to at all. I'm landing where you are. Very slight chance of snow. Very slight.
Mageddon.
Moving on. 6:16 on Nashville's Morning News. Yes, Hakeem. By the way, Joan, if you have a moment, can you look up Andy Ogle's his Twitter feed and find out, did he come out with a reason as to why he voted no for this? Because it could be a number of different things. It could be because the lawmakers who voted no, Tim Burchett is one, Andy Ogle's is another, is because, quite frankly, they didn't like the process. The 72-hour rule was broken, or there's not any cuts to go along with the spending. So I'm trying to figure out, and I've reached out to the congressman, why did he actually vote no? But we all know why Hakeem Jeffries voted no, because they want to hamstring Donald Trump.
Holiday travel will be impacted. The ability of everyday Americans to visit their family, their friends, their loved ones will be impacted.
But again, the Democrats literally as a bloc rejected this bill to keep the government open. So it's the usual stuff.
He said it. I think this is about the first bill. He said, given barely over an hour to review, I cannot. Oh, this was the most recent one. I cannot, in good conscience, vote for the latest CR proposal. It includes a 2-year, $4 trillion debt limit increase, a provision that undermines the House majority and the American people.
See, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah,
and I could tell you, I know exactly. Did you get a hold of Representative Burchett, KGB?
I left a voicemail,
okay.
So hopefully he gets back to us.
All right. He and I have been going back and forth, but so that doesn't surprise me what Congressman Ogle said. I can guarantee you that is what Congressman Burchett said as well. And again, you can blast the Democrats all you want, and that's what J.D. Vance did, but 38 Republicans voted no as well.
There are some Republicans who simply aren't going to vote for additional spending. Chip Roy, the Republican from Texas, he said, just because this bill is a leaner bill, not as many pages, that does not mean that it doesn't spend. Bob Good, a Republican from Virginia who lost his primary, he's going away in a couple of weeks here. He indicated that, there wasn't an offset here for all this disaster aid. That's a problem for many Republicans. $110 billion in the disaster aid package.
So there you are. Now, remember the disaster aid package. Remember that they came out and they said that they didn't have the money for their victims, the hurricane victims. They said, well, we've got money moving forward, but we don't have enough for future and all that kind of stuff. And people were losing their ever-loving mind, because it's like, wait a minute. So we have all this money for Ukraine, but we don't have money for disaster victims. Remember all that? And they said, well, we're doing it. They're sort of obfuscated. They really weren't telling the whole truth. And basically, Mayorkas said, yeah, we don't have enough money to make it through the rest of the hurricane season. They say Republicans opted to fast-track the new deal for consideration on the House floor within fewer than 3 hours after dropping the text. Due to House rules, a proposal that does not pass through the committee will need to garner two-thirds support from the lower chamber, meaning some Democrats will have to cross the aisle to vote in favor of this thing. And it didn't. I mean, clearly it's not going to happen, and it didn't.
There are some Republicans who simply aren't going to vote for additional spending. Chip Roy, the Republican from Texas, he said, just because this bill is a leaner bill, not as many pages, that does not mean that it doesn't spend.
So now these Republicans, and I'm going to ask Tim Burchett about this, and perhaps Congressman Ogles as well. I mean, they're going to be under the microscope. And they are going to be just monumentally attacked by MAGA Republicans. Now, here's the deal. I'm a Republican, and I'm a Donald Trump supporter. I'm more of a conservative, whatever. But, I mean, I'm a Donald Trump supporter. But even I understand, I don't know if I necessarily agree or disagree with their stance with Ogles and Burchett, but I totally get it. I totally get it. I was flummoxed yesterday. I didn't really understand why exactly is Donald Trump asking to raise the debt ceiling? So I can sort of see all sides on this. It's going to be really interesting to see how this all plays out. It is 6:21 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones has the news at 6:30. Joan, what's coming up?
A parking lot company is hit with a class action lawsuit over its fees here in Nashville. And what does the state have to say about schools in Tennessee? The report card is out. We've got those stories at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much, Joan. 6:22, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mendes here. Stop letting high-interest debt weigh you down. Pay it all off in days, thanks to Loan Pronto's new Rapid Equity Loan. This is for you homeowners. Now, imagine a completely hassle-free way to cash out your home equity. No appraisals, no paperwork, and no waiting. Loan Pronto's all-new Rapid Equity Loan uses AI-driven technology to get you approved for cash out in as little as 1 day. Now, one client got $100,000 approved in under 24 hours, wiped out their debt, launched a home improvement project, and now is saving over $1,000 a month with Loan Pronto. Instant approvals, low fixed rates, fast transfers, get cash to consolidate all your debt, and get a fresh start for the new year. 615-499-5780. Call Loan Pronto right now and see how much money you qualify for. Imagine this time next week, you could be credit card debt free. Don't wait. Get your cash fast. 615-499-5780. LoanPronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. On approved credit, NMLS ConsumerAccess.org. 627, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Nashville's Morning News, Dan Mandis here. I love this story. That's so much news today. An appeals court has disqualified DA Fani Willis from prosecuting the Donald Trump Georgia case. Now, that is a very big deal. And coming up, we're going to speak with a highfalutin attorney, Jonathan Fahey, about this and also what is going on in New York as well with Bragg's case as well, because there's still a lot of lawfare that is going on. And the fact that the Alvin Bragg case does continue tells you that Donald Trump is still going to be persecuted even while he's in the Oval Office. And so we'll talk to Jonathan Fahey about those two things. Also coming up, some great reaction from Scott Jennings over on CNN as he is talking about the blockbuster report. We spoke about it in great detail in the 5 o'clock hour, where Wall Street Journal reporting that Joe Biden has been basically dementia-ridden for the entire 4 years of his presidency, and this has been a major cover-up, because this is a very big deal. So if you haven't heard the story, or if you want to hear all the latest reaction, stay close. And by the way, the Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Enjoying reading all of your texts this morning. We'll return next. News with Joe and Jones is now on WTN.
Good morning. It is now 6:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The conservatives in the Republican Party split on a government funding plan. It's playing out now in public after two continuing resolutions failed to pass in the House of Representatives. Chip Roy of Texas, one of those 38 Republicans voting no.
Not going to go vote for another debt ceiling increase without actual specifics on what the cuts will be. That's a non-starter for me. If I lose that, that's fine. I can go home and be happy and content, but I'm going to look my children in the eye, and I'm going to know that I didn't mortgage their future, devalue the dollar, and drive up inflation with all of this reckless spending.
Many Republicans saying they're waiting now for Plan C. A class action lawsuit's been filed against the owners of many of the parking lots in Nashville. Those lots use cameras to identify and then bill you, and now some of the users say the bills are bogus.
I was shocked. $25 parking fee, $50 invoice fee. I'm not really sure what that is. And then the $25 late fee on top of that if you didn't pay it with a very short amount of time.
The lawsuits have been filed in California, Texas, and in Tennessee. One suit says Metropolis, the parking company, created systems intentionally designed to confuse, deceive, and charge unauthorized fees to extract more money from consumers. Metropolis denies those claims. The state report on schools is out. 290 Tennessee schools received a grade A. 480 got a B grade. There were a high number of schools that received the highest level in achievement and growth for the highest needs students. Now, the full report is available for parents to see on the Department of Education's website. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures all pointing down this morning. In fact, Dow futures are minus 271. The NASDAQ futures falling 253. And the S&P futures minus 63. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here. I've been a Beehive member for years, so I can tell you from personal experience, this is the best HVAC company out there. How good are they, Busy Bee? Well, every month they have new ways and great ways to save you money. Now, they've decided to extend that massive special they've got going on right now. They've got a limited number of 14 SEER 1 and 1.5 to 3 ton split heat pumps for only $6,995. Now, they've also been offering a $69 mainline camera inspection to make sure that your drain pipes are cleaned out and in good condition. This is why I love Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They've also, by the way, got a customer appreciation Christmas offer going on right now. You get a $500 gift card after you install a whole home main line water replacement, I should say a whole home main water line replacement, a whole home drain line replacement, or a whole home water or drain repipe. These and so many Christmas deals from Busy Bee HVAC, enough to warm your heart this holiday season. They are your Rude Pro partner, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, 615-775-7833, busybeehvac.com.
Okay, watch it. And as you're heading from Clarksville this morning, 24 eastbound lanes east of MLK Parkway, exit 11. There are two separate accidents, and that's causing a big delay. Also in Bordeaux, Briley Parkway southbound at Centennial Boulevard, exit 26. That's an accident. And one more accident seen this morning in Madison, Gallatin Pike North at Old Hickory Boulevard. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.636 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you being here, and want to get right to the Newsmaker Hotline, where we have Jonathan Fahey, who is standing by. Jonathan, always great to have you on. And man, there is so much news. Have you ever seen it? You've been doing this a long time, Jonathan, as have I. You know, usually about this time, it's really boring and not a lot going on. But I mean, every day I come in and there is incredible news to talk about. Fani Willis, of course, now she has been kicked off the case, and the headline is Appeals Court disqualifies DA Fani Willis for prosecuting Donald Trump in that Georgia case, trying to interfere with the election. You surprised by this?
I am not surprised by this, only because when we all watched that, the hearing that was going on in Georgia, I mean, it was so embarrassing for the judicial system. It was sort of a combination of sort of the real attorneys of Fulton County and Jerry Springer show combined into one episode. And it just seems so bad. And her conduct seemed beyond unprofessional that I think a higher court probably looked at that. I mean, they talked about the appearance of impropriety or whatever.
Right.
But I think it was just so bad. And everyone knows the case, the underlying, not in addition to her conduct during the case with Nathan Wade, everyone knows that this case was politically motivated. So I think it was a good reason for them to basically take it away from her. And my understanding, it now goes to like some sort of committee that then will assign it to a prosecutor. And any new prosecutor is not going to want to touch this thing with a 10-foot pole. So I think this case is, dead in the water at this point.
All right, real quick, Alvin Bragg. So, of course, he is maintaining the Trump conviction. What's going to happen with this hush money case?
It's kind of surprising to me that he has not walked away from this case because, what's left to be achieved. But it seems like what they're trying to do is just kick the sentencing to beyond Trump's term and then sentence him, 2029, I guess. And then, but I don't know. What he's doing now seems to be, it prevents Trump from appealing this immunity ruling, which I think is a very good, at a higher court, I think he's going to win that ruling. And the other thing that I think by keeping this case alive and not just simply walking away, which the judge should have just gotten rid of this is, if you take Donald Trump out of the equation, this case is wholly insignificant, and the greater societal good is certainly just getting rid of it and letting, President Trump be the president. But I think the other thing that President Trump should look at, when he's president, he is still under the supervision of this court pending sentencing. I think he still even has a gag order. So there probably could be some sort of motion to file saying this being under the jurisdiction of a state court is a violation of the supremacy clause because it, in effect, prevents him from being able to fully execute his job. And the other thing is, one last point, typically when a defendant's sentenced, the court will look at, things like their prior conviction, the conduct at hand, but they also look at personal characteristics of a defendant. So this judge theoretically can look at, when he sentences him in, 4.5 years or whatever it would be, conduct that President Trump did when he was president and use that against him. So this prevents him, in theory, from being able to fully execute his job. So the whole thing is a travesty. It's an embarrassment. Democrats will not defend this case anymore, if you've noticed. Like they're ashamed of this one. They'll mildly defend some of the Jack Smith ones, but I haven't heard anyone defending this case, and I think the greater good is dump this.
You would think that there would be, Jonathan. You would think that there would be some edict from higher up somewhere to tell Alvin Bragg to just walk away from this, because the sad thing is that because Trump can't appeal it because there's been no, I guess you said verdict or whatever. I mean, the problem now is that this is hanging over Trump's head for the next 4.5 years. And that feels to me to be like incredibly unfair.
Yeah, I think you're right. And, you look at Joe Biden in these last few months, and it's like he never takes an opportunity to take the high road on anything. And not that it's his decision, but he could get up there and say, hey, let's put all of these aside and give President Trump a fresh start. But instead, he's always taking the lowest, pettiest road. And he could set an example. If he did that, that would put some pressure on Alvin Bragg and other people to get rid of this case. But he just never will. But I do think the higher up should say, hey, the greater societal good, even the governor of New York should say that, because it's like, why are we doing this at this point? It's been one of the worst episodes of the judicial system in the history of our country, particularly the Alvin Bragg case, putting it maybe lining up with the Daniel Penny case that he also prosecuted. But it's like, this should just go away and let President Trump be the president.
One of the things, and they may be sharpening their knives for another tactic. I mean, that's once January 20th happens, my worry is what other lawfare are they going to try to go after Donald Trump for? Because I don't think that the lawfare is going to end. I think that it's only just the beginning. But we'll have to see what happens. Let's hope for the best. Really big headlines over the last 24 hours. It came out after I got off the air yesterday. But this Wall Street Journal article that exposes the massive cover-up where the Biden White House, they've been hiding Joe Biden's dementia for 4 years. I want to play this audio just because I like Scott Jennings and what he has to say, because he really does kind of sum it up nicely.
This is the biggest scandal in America, and the level and volume of people who dedicated themselves to lying to everyone at home about this man's condition for 4 straight years up through this summer is breathtaking. It's a scandal of epic proportions, and it's a fair question to ask. Who is running the country? Who has been running the country? And as I said earlier, if you're worried about Donald Trump's advisors having influence, for the last 4 years, apparently this president, duly elected, but this president was not capable of fulfilling the duties of the office. And his staff and the White House lied about it and kept it from the American people. It's an absolute scandal.
You know, when you look, Jonathan Fahey, at the amount of people that were involved in this scandal, I mean, this isn't a presidential scandal. This is a scandal of epic proportions, where clearly the Democrats knew what was going on or what wasn't going on in Joe Biden's mind, right? I mean, clearly the light is dimming. Everyone knew it. Wall Street Journal talks about all of these different things that they did to hide his dementia. They didn't do it well enough because we all knew what was going on. And we've heard these reports from the Wall Street Journal before. So, I mean, we've all known this. But this is a massive scandal.
It's huge, and it also put the media in part as part of the as part of the scandal in helping perpetuate this false narrative that he was capable of doing the job. Because we see it, we follow politics, and some of the conservative media was talking about it, but they were dismissed as call it whatever, conspiracy theories, whatever they would typically say. But it's like, the media has been so bad, because even after gaffe after gaffe that were like not just insignificant gaffes, but significant things where it really seemed like he had no idea what was going on in particular situations, they never even asked simple questions that they just seemed remarkably incurious. And then the fact that after he was removed from the ticket because his incompetence was revealed at that debate, and it wasn't because he just became incompetent, it was just because they weren't able to hide it any longer, and the media didn't even act offended and go back and with retrospect and say, hey, when did this start, or anything else, because it just shows they knew it was the deal the whole time. Because if it was something brand new, they'd be digging in, like we're the Bob Woodward and Carl Bernsteins of the media these days. They just seem in cahoots the entire time, because you've known it, I've known it, almost any Republican that follows the news knew it. In 2020, Biden was incapable of running for president. They used COVID to stick him in the basement, but he was a disaster then. And now that it's just amazing to me that it gets so little coverage. And the Wall Street Journal, they didn't really reveal anything. It was just they got people talking about what was obvious.
50.
But I'm glad they did it.
There were 50 people that they spoke to. And just wait until Biden is actually out of office. More with Jonathan Fahey. Jonathan, one of the questions I'm going to ask you after traffic is, could anybody actually face any charges because of all of this? Details straight ahead. Time to check the roads on WTN. .647, Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather today, a high of 39, a low of 32. Very, very slight chance of snow. Saturday, a high of 40, low of 28, no rain. Sunday, the same, high of 43, a low of 26, also no rain. Jonathan Fahey joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Jonathan, so with all that we know about this massive cover-up of Joe Biden's cognitive decline, as reported by the Wall Street Journal, they've named several Biden insiders who basically have been running the country. I'm sure that this has been an open secret in Washington, D.C., but is there anybody who could face charges because of this?
That's an interesting question because this is really a massive fraud that was perpetuated on the American people for 4 years, and all of these people were in on it. All of them were perpetually lying to the American people, and it was funny, like every time their lies got revealed, whether it was the Robert Hur report or other things like, how they acted like Robert Hur was the one lying about Joe Biden.
Right.
It's like, all they did was lie and promote this false narrative. And I have the same question as you, is like, who was actually the decision maker? Because I've always had the impression he just sat at a desk and people handed him stuff to sign and he had no idea what he was signing. That was the impression I've had from the outside. I don't even, all I can see is the news, but he just doesn't seem capable of comprehending anything, of discussing anything in a meaningful way. And anytime, we'd see over the years that he would get even a slightly tough question, he'd just lash out in anger. Yeah. And it was just like, this was so bizarre how bad it's been. And this idea that, people had to even still act like he's legitimately the president when, look at all the stuff with the budget going on now. It's not even like he's pretending to be the president. This should be something
he's
where
MIA.
his leadership is needed.
Yeah, he's missing. And by the way, the people, his advisors, Bruce Reed, Steve Ricchetti, and Mike Donilon. So at the very least, I hope that there is, and maybe this is fodder for a later conversation, but this certainly is something, and I've got Tim Burchett going to be on at 7:35. So this is worthy of an investigation, is it not? At the very least, to find out who knew what when?
I think it is so worthy of an investigation. And you think of, like, could the House or the Senate have an investigation? Because this is quite serious, that the American people elected a person that they falsely represented was capable of doing the job, and then he never was capable of doing the job, and other people were doing the job, and basically putting the American people, quite honestly, at great risk. And you look at how diminished we are in the world, it's because the foreign leaders knew what you and I knew, is like, this guy is out to lunch, and he can't handle anything, and they must have not had a ton of respect for whoever they think is running the show. But I would love to know what people know, what they talked about amongst themselves, what things did they do to deceive the American people, in addition to, it seems like they managed to schedule from like was it like 11 to 4 or something like that. He can only work during a very short window, which is pretty remarkable that, typically the President of the United States has been considered to be a full-time job until, President Biden got there. So, yeah, I would love to see an investigation. I would love to see people under oath talking about what they knew, when they knew it, what steps were taken to deceive the American people, because it is a disgrace. It's a massive scandal. I know the media will want to make a scandal if Donald Trump, exaggerates the size of a crowd. They want to talk about that for weeks and weeks. But this, or a joke of a comedian, but this is so far beyond almost anything in American history.
It is crazy.
And it's going to get scant attention from the mainstream media.
All right, Jonathan Fahey, always great to have you on. Looking forward to speaking to you again. Actually, I won't, because I'm on vacation next week, so we'll talk to you in the new year. It is 6:50 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Before the news with Joan, you are not going to believe what some folks on the left are saying about Elon Musk. Details straight ahead. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news at 7?
Well, one New York jail is getting a little crowded with familiar folks. Also, President Biden's competency may be under question, but he has just done something to get under the skin of Republicans again. We've got those stories coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:55, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So it's really interesting how you've got the Democrats. So Elon Musk is part of this conversation regarding the continuing resolution, which failed. Tim Burchett will be joining us at 7:35. He was one of 38 Republicans, also Andy Ogles, that voted no. He's going to join us. Congressman Burchett will join us at 7:35. But here's the crazy thing, is that Elon Musk, he was, we told you about yesterday how he tweeted out. You had a lot of Republicans that said with the previous continuing resolution that Burchett, I should say, Elon Musk said, I don't like this bill. I don't like this bill. It can't pass. And it didn't pass. This piece of legislation, this continuing resolution, Elon Musk did like, and it also did not pass. But here's the thing, is that you've got all of these folks that are out there on the left, and I need some audio, guys, and they're actually saying that Donald Trump is being puppeteered by Elon Musk.
For that reason, Elon Musk is puppeteering Donald Trump and every other member of Congress that he wants to, and every other member of Congress that he wants to benefit Elon Musk.
I'm not sure Trump is doing anything to dissuade people
in October.
Position.
In October, the principal Democratic argument was Donald Trump is going to be a dictator, and today it's Donald Trump is just being puppeteered by other people.
Well, you could. So that's number one. But here's the other astounding thing, is that over the last 4 years, this is what's in the news today, over the last 4 years, you have Joe Biden that has been puppeteered by his own administration. I mean, we just had a conversation touching on it with Jonathan Fahey, and if you're unfamiliar with the story, big conversation, big article out from the Wall Street Journal saying that Joe Biden is basically, his administration has been run not by the president of the United States, but by some of his inside staffers. Because he, of course, his mind is, unfortunately, his cognitive abilities just aren't there. And so coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, there's actually now a member of the media who is out there, and he's literally apologizing. I kid you not, apologizing for not asking more questions. Now, the media absolutely complicit in this massive cover-up, and we're going to talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead in the 7 o'clock hour. Because for the Democrats, and by the way, we were joking earlier about how Democrats, they seem to get their talking points every single morning. And for years, they've been telling us that Joe Biden was sharp as a tack and all that kind of stuff. So part of my curiosity is who knew what when and how deep does this go? Because everybody, every conservative, everybody who paid attention, talk show hosts around the country, were saying, dude's not right. He's mumbling. He's not making any sense. He's calling out for dead people. He's wandering around. And so my question is, who knew what when? And as those members of the media who are now apologizing were watching all of this, I'm just curious because it didn't seem to make any sense. It's like, how did they not see what we all see? Wait till you hear the audio of a groveling apology from a once respected member of the media for not asking those questions. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Jones in the News is coming up next.
Good morning, 7 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We do have a mess on the roads this morning. Coming out of Clarksville, this could affect traffic that may be headed over to the airport this morning. 24 eastbound lanes east of MLK Parkway. That's exit 11. It's two separate accidents involving several vehicles, and it's making a mess of the road. Again, it's 24 eastbound just east of MLK Parkway. We've got more on that and your forecast coming up in just a moment. Well, we have learned this morning that lawmakers are reportedly ready now to say that they've reached a temporary fix to avoid a government shutdown. That is according to Fox News this morning. This breaking news, the potential deal could possibly keep the government funded until members return to Capitol Hill in the new year. House Speaker Mike Johnson telling Fox News just moments ago, we're expecting votes this morning. Those are his words. Sources also telling Fox News that President Trump himself is making phone calls regarding this spending impasse this morning. We'll keep an eye on it and bring you updates as we learn about them. President Biden's competency is being questioned by many in the media after that Wall Street Journal story. But Biden is out with a new round of loan forgiveness for students. This one's targeted to teachers, nurses, service members, and law enforcement. It'll erase loans after 10 years of work in government or nonprofit jobs. And this one's going to cost $4.28 billion. Biden's first attempt at mass cancellation was blocked by the Supreme Court, and his second attempt remains tangled in a legal battle brought by Republican states. CEO murder suspect Luigi Mangione is being held at a federal prison in New York, and it's the same exact jail where accused sex offender and music mogul Sean Diddy Combs is being held too. Mangione arrived there following his court appearance after an extradition hearing from Pennsylvania yesterday. ABC's Reagan Medji reporting.
In court, Mangione, no longer in his orange jumpsuit, did not enter a plea. According to the unsealed federal indictment, Mangione is charged with 2 counts of stalking, 1 count of murder with a firearm, and another firearm offense. The indictment revealing some entries Mangione made in a notebook, writing 6 weeks before the murder, quote, "This investor conference is a true windfall," along with that he intended to whack the CEO of an insurance company.
And he said doing so would, quote, check every box. Big day for Nashville drivers today. The south block of 2nd Avenue will reopen to traffic. Construction between Congress Street and Broadway finished ahead of schedule. Now, construction does still continue between Commerce and Church Streets. That'll finish up by the end of 2025. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
After weeks of decline, mortgage rates are up again, the average 30-year fixed rising to 6.72%. And with the Federal Reserve predicting fewer cuts in 2025, experts warn that rates could rise even more in the coming months. The Dow Jones on Thursday finally halted a 9-day skid, but not by much. The industrials closed 15 points higher at 42,342. The S&P and NASDAQ composite each lost about 0.1% yesterday. Drivers who deliver packages from 7 Amazon facilities have gone on strike demanding better pay and benefits. As the Teamsters threaten to broaden the strike to other Amazon facilities, the company says it's working to ensure that Christmas deliveries are made on time.
Well, stock futures this morning are sharply down. Dow futures minus 231, NASDAQ futures down 308, and the S&P futures falling 54. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Lots of problems. 24 eastbound coming out of Clarksville this morning. The eastbound lanes east of MLK Parkway, exit 11. There are a lot of delays in that area. It's because of two separate accidents, and this one involves several vehicles. So careful again. It's 24 eastbound at exit 11 and east of that. In Bordeaux, it's an accident. Briley Parkway, southbound at Centennial Boulevard. One in Madison, too, on Gallatin Pike, north at Old Hickory Boulevard. And then if you're traveling in Hendersonville, just watch it. There's an accident, Vietnam Veterans Boulevard between Gallatin Pike and New Shackle Island Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.707, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in, along with Joan Jones. Appreciate you being here for a Friday, December 20th. All right, so I may have exaggerated a little bit, Joan, but just a little bit.
About leaving the garden hose,
No, the faucet,
the faucet,
no,
the shower,
leaving that
everything
on for 12 hours. Did I? No.
No, you did do that?
I did do that.
Oof.
But what I also did was I called Chris Cillizza a once respected journalist.
He's not. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. You can say it. Because
honestly,
somebody said Cillizza's never been a respected journalist. He's a hack.
He's been a hack since day one. He was so involved in the Russiagate, Russia. That was ginned up in part by Chris Cillizza.
Oh, am I saying his name wrong? You said Cillizza. I'm saying Cillizza, and you're saying
It's Cillizza.
Cillizza.
Yeah.
Well, you know what the great thing about this, though?
Yeah.
Is that nobody cares because after this, nobody will employ him again.
Yeah.
And he hasn't been employed. But anyway, bottom line is.
Used to be a Washington Post guy.
You have all these various members of the media who, and we were talking about this earlier, Wall Street Journal, if you're just joining us, Wall Street Journal comes out with a massive, it is a long article on how there has been this massive cover-up of Joe Biden's dementia since literally day one. And all of us were saying, how is nobody else noticing this? Well, the truth is everybody was noticing it. The media chose to not ask the questions that they clearly should have been asking.
What's the mandate of the media?
Tell the truth.
To dig in.
To dig. Tell the truth. Find the truth.
Find the truth in the pile of lies.
That's exactly right. Well, Chris Cillizza, he admits that he didn't do that. Here's part of what he had to say.
As a reporter, I have a confession to make. I should have pushed harder earlier for more information about Joe Biden's mental and physical well-being and any signs of decline. So let me explain. Joe Biden was president from 2020 to 2024. I worked at CNN through 2022. During that time, the early part when I was at CNN, 2020 to 2022, Republicans would regularly ping me and say, why don't you ask more questions of Joe Biden and how he's doing? He's 76, 77, 78-year-old man. And I would sort of brush them off because what I would say is, well,
because you're a partisan hack. I mean, let's be honest. That's why he did it. Let's see what he has to say.
Well, there's no obvious evidence that he's declining. Yeah, he moves a little slower, he talks a little slower, but there's no evidence that he's declining. And the White House and the people around Joe Biden were absolutely adamant that suggesting anything, asking the question about whether he was in some physical, mental, or both decline was offensive. How could you? It's age shaming. And I think that impacted me.
Well, then you're not a real reporter. Because if you are letting, and I think we've fairly confidently discussed that out. He's not really a reporter. He's a hack. But for anyone to acquiesce to the bullying from the White House and from other members of the media, you're not allowed to ask that question. Don't you know you're not allowed to ask that question?
And he backs down?
And he backs down?
Honestly?
Are you kidding?
Okay, so can I just say that I don't think that what he just did there was an apology?
Well, I'm not done.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I don't.
Oh, good. Good. I'm glad you're not.
Honestly, I have not heard this yet. Because this is one of those moments, Joan, where I like to play it and then just react.
Yeah.
So let's see if there's an apology forthcoming.
At some level. Because, well, I did ask the question from time to time of, you know, not directly the White House, but aides and people around in that orbit. I didn't really push on it, if I'm being honest. Now, once I left CNN and once it became a little bit more clear to me about Biden's age, I think I did write pretty regularly and talk pretty regularly about how I wasn't sure that this guy was up to it. And then obviously after the June 27th debate, everybody, including me, was writing and talking about it. The reason that
Yeah, so it goes on and on. So maybe there was an apology in there, but it sounds to me like it's more excuse making.
It's also a setup. And here's what I mean by that. He's talking about Biden's age.
Mm-hmm.
And he's saying, you know, he was 74, 75, 76, and he didn't see any decline. And, you know, he should have been asking questions because of how old he was.
Mm-hmm.
This has nothing to do with how old he is. It has nothing to do with President Trump is also of that same age category.
Yep.
And what they're doing right now is setting it up so that all you have to do now is say, hey, he's 76, 77, whatever age he is. President Trump's there too. He must be in mental decline as well.
Yeah. That's what they're trying to say. Well, they're perhaps trying to deflect it. But there is no video out there of Donald Trump like there is of, Joe Biden. Let's all be honest. We've seen and heard the videos. And
She knows so long as she was 9.
I could
the
do this.
The music behind that is pretty funny.
I could do this all day long.
Where's Jackie? I didn't think she was going to be here.
Calling out for a dead congresswoman. And so as all of this was going on, people like Chris Cillizza and Joe Scarborough were defending the president.
Start your tape right now, because I'm about to tell you the truth. And F you if you can't handle the truth.
I want to know what Joe Scarborough says this morning. If anybody sees Joe Scarborough, audio from Scarborough's show this morning, I would love to know what he says to defend himself.
This version of Biden is the best Biden ever.
So clearly, it had to be an open secret in Washington, D.C., that there were people around Joe Biden, as the Wall Street Journal reports, there were people around Joe Biden that were covering up his clear mental decline. And literally, it was since day one. Since day one. And so they're naming names, and you've got 50 people that have now come out, and they're talking about Joe Biden. And they're talking about his clear mental decline and about how the media and the Democrats, they kept pushing back. Some even called it basically a vast right-wing conspiracy. 7:15, time to check the roads on WTN. Think of J716, Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather goes, a high of 39 today, a low of 32. cloudy, and ever so slight chance of snow. Ever so slight. Better weekend.
Snowmageddon?
Snow, not Snowmageddon.
Sledding?
No. Yeah, you don't need to break out the sled just yet, friends. Over the weekend, Saturday, high of 40, low of 28, no rain. Sunday, high of 43, low of 26, also no rain. And by the way, if you're driving in, and you are sweating about what to get your husband, your wife, if they are 2A supporters, I want you to think about a gift card from my friends at the Glock Store. Check it out at glockstore.com. They're open Monday through Saturday, 9 to 6, even open Christmas Eve until 3:30. So think about a gift card. Listen, if you're getting desperate, gift cards are always good, and appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. So one of the things that we talk about, all the time, is the honesty of the media. And so the question is, where in the world have they been during the last 4 years? And here's just part of what they've been doing.
I was sitting, 2 feet from him across the table, and he was, intense.
Have trouble walking sometimes? Yeah, so did FDR. He wanted GD war.
But he's totally focused. He's very sharp. They say he's sharp in meetings and so on.
Very lucid, very well informed. Biden is stately, and he comes with gravitas.
Right, he comes with gravitas. And as I said in the 5 o'clock hour, the last thing I want to think about first thing in the morning is Joe Biden's gravitas. But they were defending him. White House tried to hide from the public Joe Biden's rapidly diminishing mental condition for his entire presidency. Here's what they say. The Biden team actually hired a vocal coach, put other officials into roles usually occupied by presidents, scrapped meetings on his bad days, and kept them at arm's length from his own cabinet members. He had far fewer cabinet meetings than other presidents because they just couldn't get him through it. An explosive investigation by the Wall Street Journal has exposed an extensive, deliberate, and years-long cover-up that also saw the administration gaslighting those who dared to claim Joe Biden's abilities that deteriorated right before our eyes since he was Barack Obama's vice president. I was asking earlier, okay, who's going to be charged with what? Somebody sent a note into the super text line, conspiracy to defraud the American people. That could be the charge. Because I do feel like somebody should be charged. I guarantee you Barack Obama knew that Joe Biden was deteriorating before our eyes. Cringe Jean-Pierre, did she know? I don't know if she had that kind of access. I'm going to be honest. And you folks know that I'm the last person to defend cringe Jean-Pierre. But remember all those times, and there were many, when the questions were asked about Biden's cognitive abilities that we were only told, oh, no, he's fine. Sharp as a tack. He's got gravitas. Despite the efforts of eager beaver handholders, Biden's decline became increasingly obvious, especially after special counsel Robert Hur last year released a report depicting a forgetful and frail then 81-year-old. Yeah, remember, part of that with Robert Hur was they wouldn't release the audio. How bad do you think that audio is? Apparently, they were working with Biden 3 hours a day for at least a week before that interview to try to get him through it. And they say that Joe Biden could not even repeat back to his staff lines they fed him while preparing him for his interview with Robert Hur. At the White House, Biden would cancel important national security meetings, leaving aides to explaining to attendees that the president had good days and bad days. And apparently more bad days than good. Here's what is very tragic and horrifying, is that the terrible pullout, the tragic pullout of Afghanistan, where 13 members of our military were killed and hundreds of Afghans as well, that could have been avoided had one particular congressman been able to get to the president. But because this cocoon around Joe Biden was so thick and so strong, nobody could penetrate this. And as a result, 13 members of our military died. The pullout could have been avoided. Details straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 right before the news. So at about 7:24, 7:25, we'll come back with that story. Congressman Tim Burchett will join us coming up at 7:36 here on Nashville's Morning News. Right now, Joan Jones has the news coming up at 7:30. What you got?
Well, Dan, maybe you can ask him about this breaking news. The House Speaker saying this morning, we've got a plan. I'll tell you some of the action that's taking place on Capitol Hill this morning. Also, a breaking news story, a high-speed chase that ends in Mount Juliet, why police were in a race against time there. Those stories coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Matt is here looking ahead to 2025. What big events do you have planned? Whether it's a big corporate event or a family reunion or a wedding at your home, my friends at Nashville Tent and Awning can help you with an incredible enclosure that can be installed anywhere. Now, they've been around since 1884. These folks are a Nashville institution and a Tennessee treasure. And they've worked with the likes of the Titans, Vanderbilt, and the Grand Ole Opry. They're one of the top companies in Nashville, and they can help you. Think about your backyard. You can actually extend your living space with a backyard enclosure so that you can enjoy it even here in the wintertime. If you have an event for work coming up, they can also help you there as well with a tent or an enclosure. And they've got awnings for any style of building that will improve the look and feel of your home or office. This is a great company that can help you. Get some visuals and check it out at their website, ntaco.com. This is the letter N, taco, ntaco.com. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, 615-329-3701, 615-329-3701. Reach out and tell them I said hi. Solid craftsmanship built to last since 1884. Nashville Tent and Awning.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
727 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So could the disastrous pullout of Afghanistan have been prevented if one Democrat congressman by the name of Adam Smith, if he could have penetrated that protective cocoon around Joe Biden so that he could have told Biden, I've got serious issues with your plans. In 2021, when Adam Smith was chair of the House Armed Services Committee, he tried desperately to get in touch with Joe Biden ahead of the bungled withdrawal from Afghanistan to share his serious concerns about the plan. His attempts were rebuffed. So when 13 U.S. service members and 170 Afghans were killed, Smith criticized Biden publicly and was actually reprimanded by Secretary of State Antony Blinken. I mean, so when you put it in that way, where it was clear to everyone within the Biden administration, Joe Biden was faltering, Joe Biden was failing, his mind was failing, and Adam Smith, the chair of the House Armed Services Committee, hears about this plan with Afghanistan, and he's got serious problems with it, and he's trying to get to the president before it's too late, and they wouldn't give him access. The pullout happens. It's a massive and complete failure. 13 members of our military die. And again, 130, 140 Afghans die as well. And we all know that Afghanistan is a complete train wreck to this day. So this isn't a nothing story. This is a very big story. And some of you on the super text line chiming in, thank you, saying, well, listen, it's great that the Wall Street Journal is reporting this now, but they're gone. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, they're gone in a few days. The Wall Street Journal has been on this for several years now. The problem is the other media didn't pick up on it, and unfortunately, the story just kind of evaporated. But now 50 people came out, and they brought receipts, and they're talking about Joe Biden and the massive, massive cover-up. It is 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7. Congressman Tim Burchett will be joining us next on Super Talk 99.7.
Good morning. It's now 7:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Still working on it this morning. 24 eastbound lanes out of Clarksville. 2 separate accidents near exit 11 for MLK Parkway, and a bunch of vehicles involved in that crash. That'll cause a slowdown. It's been there almost an hour now. In the news, House Speaker Mike Johnson out with a message for Republicans this morning, telling Fox News, quote, "We've got a plan." Johnson has a meeting with Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and members of the House Freedom Caucus. Russell Vought, who's the man picked to run Trump's Office of Management and Budget, he was also seen walking into Speaker Johnson's office this morning. Now, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna of Florida told Fox News that a vote on the new plan that they have could happen as early as 10 o'clock this morning. Until then, a possible government shutdown looms at midnight tonight.
Chaos in Congress with the deadline for a government shutdown now less than 24 hours away. Left in limbo, some 3.5 million federal workers who, in the event of a shutdown, could be left without paychecks this holiday season. Many, including airport security and air traffic controllers, would still be required to show up for work. Lawmakers have less than 24 hours to renegotiate a deal to prevent that from happening. Christiane Cordero, ABC News, Washington.
And we have more breaking news. A man has been arrested in Mount Juliet for kidnapping a woman overnight. Channel 4's Carly Gordon.
Started in Nashville just before 1 this morning. Metro Police started chasing the suspect on Lebanon Road. Once the pursuit crossed into Mount Juliet, officers deployed spike strips.
And during that chase, the suspect even crashed into a police officer in Rutherford County. Eventually, that guy pulled over with flat tires there at a gas station. He was arrested. The woman was found inside the car, and she was unhurt. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Look at Joan, 7:32 on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here. Listen, Christmas is just days away. If you need some last-minute gift ideas, you're out of ideas. I've got a great one. How about a gift card from the Glock store? if you've got a Glock fan or a 2A supporter in your life, this is the perfect gift, right? No guessing, no drama, no worry. There's something for everyone involved in 2A at the Glock store, and you can't go wrong at the Glock store. You walk in, everywhere you go, there's guns and accessories and people that can help you. Now, what's annoying, of course, about those big box stores that sell a few guns is that they're not really experts in what they're selling. They may have been working in pet supply this morning and filling in for firearms by the afternoon. So come on into the Glock store, man. They are the absolute experts. And get a gift card of any amount you choose. Now, these gift cards can be used for anything, including, by the way, range sessions in those totally unique and secure Shoot 270 indoor ranges. And you can get a tour while you're at it getting that Glock Store gift card. So give the perfect gift this Christmas, a Glock Store gift card. The Glock Store, minutes from the airport, worth the drive from anywhere. By the way, they are open Monday through Saturday, 9 to 6, and on Christmas Eve, they're open till 3:30. Check them out, glockstore.com.
Trouble on 24, the eastbound lanes coming in from Clarksville this morning. We've got two separate accidents involving several vehicles east of MLK Parkway. That's exit 11. Be careful in that area. Hendersonville, an accident. Vietnam Veterans Boulevard. It's between Gallatin Pike and New Shackle Island Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
737 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Very quickly to the Newsmaker Hotline. I think Tim Burchett, Congressman Tim Burchett, is with us. And I don't know, are you still in that super duper important meeting talking about Plan C, Congressman?
Yeah, well, the vice president's in there. I was sitting right beside him, actually, and I walked out to talk to y'all. So,
oh, wow.
Answer your questions, and I need to get back to that meeting.
All right, very quickly then, just tell me how it's going.
That's going all right. The deal last night was a 3-month CR. We had no idea how much it cost. It was likely over $1 trillion, and it was a continuation, in my opinion, of the Pelosi-Schumer spending spree. There's $100 billion in there for disaster, a little over 100. But we're not sure how they even came up with that number. And honestly, do you want to give this bunch? You can't trust them with 5 cents. You want to give Schumer Biden $1 trillion before to spend in 30 days. And the last time we gave them any money, of course, it all went to illegals.
All right, so real quick, because I know you don't have a lot of time. How is Plan C different from Plan B? Do we know yet?
Oh, we don't know yet. That's what we're working on.
Tell me the process. You're feeling a lot of pressure. You're only one of 38.
They take you to the woodshed and wear you out and try to wear you down. But it doesn't work. These people up here don't vote for me. The people back in Tennessee do. So I don't have a lot of. I've been doing this most of my life, so I don't really have a lot of worries about that department. I just would like. And my question to the president was, are we going to reduce the deficit or are we going to reduce the budget? And that's what I'm hanging on right now.
And last question, were you surprised that President Trump and Elon Musk, everybody was excited to increase that debt limit?
Yeah, well, it was unlimited actually for 2 years. It was the Plan B actually spent more money than Plan A, if you can imagine that. And a lot of misinformation out, a lot of verbiage. Everybody said, well, it's shorter, it ought to be less money, but it was actually more money in the long run. So it was, to me, that was a no-starter. There wasn't any discussion for me. I just said, no, I'm not going to vote for it. We're not voting for more money. And we're borrowing every dollar of it. We cannot continue down this road, and we've got to hold the line. As Tennesseans, I talk about this, and now they're talking about it. Individual spending bills. That's what we do in Tennessee. That's what they're doing right. That's what they're discussing right now.
All right, Congressman, thank you. Get in there, fight for those individual spending bills, and I so appreciate you taking the time to joining us on Super Talk 99.7.
Thank you, guys. Pray for our country.
Absolutely. Wow, that's crazy. He didn't have to take my call.
That's crazy that he stepped away from next to J.D. Vance.
He's sitting next to J.D. Vance.
To you.
I'm not important at all.
You are important because you're getting the word out to the people of Tennessee, and that's important.
Yeah, that was. I was like, I was talking to him, booking, like seeing. I was just talking straight to him booking this. There was none of his people were in contact. It was he's like, I got a meeting with the vice president. Like, I didn't realize he said it was at that time. I thought he was I was assuming he was like, 7:00. That's when my vice president is. I can make time. I didn't know it was now.
So I think the news out of that was that Plan B actually cost more in the long run than Plan A. And I thought Plan A was absolutely insane.
Right. So there is a lot going on here.
Oh, yeah.
And Republicans are in for a fight, and Donald Trump and Elon Musk, and Doge, right? This is the dude in charge of Doge, along with Vivek Ramaswamy. And according to Tim Burchett and Andy Ogles, Ogles sent me a text. Let me see what Andy said, because I asked him why he voted no, and he said, yes, increase the debt ceiling $5 trillion. So that's why and you just heard what.
And that's what President Trump is insisting on.
Right.
So I don't know how they meet those two in the middle.
No, and I don't know. This is going to be tough.
Yeah.
Now they're going to talk about, and Joan, you know how this works. They always talk about how you look at the short term, you look at the long term spending. They try to, they play with the numbers.
Yeah.
And they always try to spin the numbers in one way or another. But if you are a keeper of the Department of Government Efficiency and you've been screaming about all of the spending with the Democrats and all of the government waste and so forth, but now you're calling for an increase in the debt limit and there's no real indication as to exactly what they would do after January 20th. Mm-hmm. It's just, I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if trust us is the right answer.
Well, I know what they're doing. What they're doing is saying that that issue of the debt limit is going to come up again. Right. And Treasury will call for the debt limit to be raised. Otherwise, we won't be able to pay our bills. You remember those arguments? They make them all the time.
All the time.
Janet Yellen in that debate. Mm-hmm. Anyway, they're making it so that argument cannot happen on President Trump's watch, at least for the first 2 years, I guess.
It's like they want to get it out of the way.
Yeah.
And they want, and as we were talking earlier about how Trump, he wants some room. They need room, mm-hmm. I think is what they're asking for. And so I can't imagine what it's like to be Tim Burchett or Andy Ogles right now, because you had Trump tweeting out and Elon Musk both tweeting out, "Success in Washington, we have a deal." Nope, apparently not.
And like he said, he got taken to the woodshed.
I can only imagine.
Yeah.
So anyway, maybe he'll call us back. I know that EJ Host is on after me, and she was actually trying to book him. I don't think she was able to get him, but I was able to get him for a very quick interview. So we'll see if EJ ends up.
It's good to be you, Dan Mandis.
It's really not. KGB, you look like you want to say something.
I'm just surprised. I'm still in shock that he managed to call or managed to make that work.
You know what we should have done? We should have said, "Hey, do us a favor. Put the phone on speaker."
Yes!
And we want to hear how this all goes.
Yeah.
I promise we won't record
I would end up in a federal prison.
Yeah, that's all sorts. I could smell the illegal from that.
It's Washington, D.C. It's not a big deal. They do illegal all the time.
Just talking to him, like buying a book, that he's such a quiet guy. All due respect, I was like, is this a good time for you? Like, he didn't say yes or no. He's just like, all right, or whatever. Obviously, he was preoccupied,
mm-hmm.
but it's just like, man, that takes some. Like, I don't know any other congressperson that would have taken us for that. Like, even for a short amount of time. I don't think there's a lot of other people that would have done that.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I have a lot of respect for him for just taking just 2 minutes.
Listen, here's the thing about Tim Burchett. I want to make sure I say this with some thought. I think he is the most willing to speak to the people of Tennessee. I think he is the most willing to speak to Tennessee. I've been trying to get this. I'm going to start throwing people under the bus. I've been trying to get Mark Green on forever. Andy Ogle's been by and large okay. When he was having the problems with the FBI, he's like under investigation and all that. He went dark, understandably so, because when you're under investigation by the FBI, the last thing you want is to appear on a radio show, and God help you if you say something stupid. So I think Congressman Tim Burchett, John Rose is always great. Scott Desjardins has been also great. But I think if I'm going to hand a game ball to somebody, it's going to be Congressman Tim Burchett.
He deserves it.
He does.
He really does.
J.D. Vance is to my left, but I'm going to go take a call from some knucklehead in Tennessee.
That's
amazing.
I wish I had more information than that.
Yeah. All right, we got to go. 7:45, WTN, time to check the roads. $7:46 on WTN. As far as your weather goes, a high of 39, low of 32. Cloudy today and a slight chance of showers. No rain this weekend. Highs around 40 on both days. Joan, didn't you tell me that the media is reporting that they have a deal or close to a deal? It didn't sound to me like what Tim Burchett was saying.
It did not sound like that. So I'll tell you, here's from Fox News. Mm-hmm. They said, let's see, they've got a new update there. A source told Fox News Friday the House lawmakers have reached a temporary fix to avoid a government shutdown. The potential deal could keep the government funded. Ana Paula Luna, your girl in the bathing suit, says that
never going to let that down.
A vote's going to happen at 10 o'clock this morning.
Okay.
House Speaker Mike Johnson said, we are expecting votes this morning. This morning, because morning starts.
When does morning start, Joan?
Yeah, okay.
It's Friday.
Yeah, it is Friday. And this has been quite a week. So, yeah, I mean, I think he didn't have time to talk. And I felt like Tim Burchett wasn't being completely forthcoming because he doesn't want to spill the beans on something before. He doesn't want to get over his skis.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense. And part of what's going on is, of course, J.D. Vance and the Republicans, a lot of the media, everybody has been, depends on who you ask, like J.D. Vance has been blasting the Democrats.
To shut down the government, even though we had a clean CR, because they didn't want to give the president negotiating leverage during his first term, or during the first year of his new term. And number two, because they would rather shut down the government and fight for global censorship bullshit. They've asked for a shutdown, and I think that's exactly what they're going to get.
38 Republicans voted against it as well.
I mean, they're pointing out 38 Republicans voted against it as well. Yeah, and we just had one of them on the phone. Andy Ogles, same thing. So here's the deal, is that they don't have any room to play. They don't have any room to play within the Republican Party. So here's the deal. We'll have to see if they are able to come up with a deal. Remember, the House has to come up with a deal, and then it's got to go back to the Senate, where the Senate has to then approve it, right? So, I mean, you've got a lot of work left, and we'll have to see ultimately what happens. I love what Senator Tom Cotton had to say last night. He was on Hannity's show, and this is what he said.
What happened tonight is very simple. The overwhelming majority of Republicans voted not just to fund the government at Christmas time, but to deliver badly needed aid to hurricane-ravaged communities in the Southeast and farmers who are struggling. The overwhelming majority of Democrats voted to shut down the government and deny that aid. Why? Because they want to obstruct President Trump's ability in the new year to deliver on our campaign promises that the American people want, like securing the border, rebuilding our military, reducing the price you pay for electricity and gas, and cutting your taxes. It's just that simple.
So there is going to be a big fight within the Republican Party. And this is going to be happening for the next 4 years. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. If you thought that it was going to be a smooth ride, clearly it's not going to be. We'll keep you updated on all things Washington, D.C. coming up. And by the way, before the news, the other big story that we've been talking about today is the fact that Wall Street Journal reporting that there's been a massive cover-up of Joe Biden's dementia literally since day one. Kamala Harris was interviewed by the New York Times. And I'm just going to tell you, when I play you the audio of Kamala Harris lying to the American people, I'm going to tell you that this is audio that really did not age well. I've got that for you. Coming up before the news with Joan Jones. And Joan, what is coming up?
Well, of course, we're going to play back a little bit of that Tim Burchett audio as he gave you that impromptu interview there. Amazing. And tell you what they're talking about now for the next CR. And we'll have that coming up for you. Also, if you're going out to the airport today, going to be a busy one. We'll get you updated here on what the airlines are saying about today, the takeoff day. 7:50 coming up at 8 o'clock here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here. Big news from my friends at DT McCall's. If you've been thinking about buying a gun safe, but you've been putting it off, now is your time, because gun safes are sales tax free at DT McCall's. They are the largest Liberty Safe dealer in the state of Tennessee because of that free delivery and free setup from DT McCall's. Other places going to charge you at least $500 for delivery and setup in bigger models, $300 for the smaller models. DT McCall & Sons delivers every safe for free every time, period, and no setup charge either. Find them online, dtmccalls.com. Save big bucks now on your Liberty gun safe when you shop at DT McCall's. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com. Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck. $7:55, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Caitlin, by the way, on the Super Text line, she says, I love how y'all are geeking out.
I love that too.
That Tim Burchett called us left the side of J.D. Vance to come talk to the people of Tennessee. And I love that.
I mean, that just doesn't happen. That's why we're kind of, quote unquote, geeking out on it. That doesn't happen.
So I want to play this audio from Kamala Harris because, and listen, I know maybe it just seems like we're talking about this a lot. The Wall Street Journal article, long article, documenting how big of a cover-up Joe Biden's decline has been. But as I was explaining earlier this hour, literally lives could be saved, could have been saved, if the Democrats who were trying to get a hold of Joe Biden before the disastrous Afghanistan pullout were able to penetrate that wall around him. And so part of this conversation is that our government has been run by non-elected officials for the last 4 years as they have covered everything up. And so, yeah, there really should be some sort of an investigation. I want to play some audio for you. And this is Kamala Harris. And I think this is really important because somebody somewhere has to be charged or investigated or whatever. Again, this is Kamala Harris. And realize that she is being asked in this interview about Joe Biden's obvious, and I mean obvious, mental decline.
I'm not lying.
If there was
I'm telling you a fact.
But if there ever is a problem,
Yeah.
do you think that you could go tell the American public? Do you
Listen to how sanctimonious she sounds.
think in your role that you're in a position to do that?
Of course, if necessary, but there's no need for that.
I mean, listen to how she sounds, knowing that she was lying. You know, here's the other question that I wonder. Will the American people understand just how much of a betrayal this is to the American people? That literally an entire party, an entire media landscape knew what was going on with Joe Biden, and they refused to ask the questions. They refused to dig. They refused to tell the American people the truth. And I love, and several of you pointed this out on the super text line, 615-737-9986. I love the fact that all these people within the Biden administration are coming out now. Well, that's great now that he's gone, but where the hell have you been for the last 4 years?
There is a political argument that is being made that is not based on substance. And you're asking me to hypothesize around what are my duties to the American people as Vice President of the United States that are based on ethics and morals and the law. I will always follow those rules.
Wow. Ethics, morals, and the law. Like lying to the American people. I mean, it's stunning. I don't know why I'm so stunned. Because this is the same party that was telling us for 4 years that we weren't in a recession, but high inflation was good. The border was closed when it clearly was not. The lies just stacked up. And so this is just another black eye for the Democrat Party. The question is, will the American people hold this lying party accountable? Not now, this election's over, but in 2 years and in 4 years and in 8 years and 12 years, we'll have to see what happens. It's 8 o'clock on WTN.
Good morning, 8 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got your forecast coming up in just a couple of moments. Also, traffic. Looks like things are starting to clear out on eastbound 24 coming in from Clarksville this morning after a couple of accidents. There is an effort underway right now in Washington, D.C. to roll out a continuing resolution that would keep the government funded that conservative Republicans can live with. Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett slipped out of that meeting today to tell WTN's Dan Mandis what this deal would look like.
We've got to hold the line. As Tennesseans, I talk about this, and now they're talking about it. Individual spending bills. That's what we do in Tennessee. That's what they're doing right. That's what they're discussing right now.
And he also said that skinny CR that was voted down late yesterday afternoon, that was not what you might think it was.
Plan B actually spent more money than Plan A, if you can imagine that. And a lot of misinformation out, a lot of verbiage. You know, they cut. Everybody said, well, it's shorter. It ought to be less money, but it was actually more money in the long run. So it was, to me, that was a no-starter.
Now, some lawmakers say there could be a vote on this new Plan C, if you will, by 10 o'clock this morning. We'll have more on it as we hear about it. This is projected to be one of the busiest travel days of the year for the nation's airports. The TSA saying it'll screen some 40 million flyers today alone. So getting to the airport early is essential.
2.5 hours early. So
why did you do that?
Just in case, traffic, crazy crowds.
Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac is out at BNA this morning, and she tells us that the airport rolled out a sort of a Christmas present for everyone this year.
We're talking about new high-speed Wi-Fi. It's up to 20 times quicker. You just have to take a quick survey. You can get connected to the Wi-Fi, and you're good to go.
Now, United Airlines is also introducing a service where you can share location information with them from your Apple AirTags, and that they can help you track lost luggage that way. Now, for those taking to the roads to get to their holiday destination this weekend, there is good news about gas prices. They're down this year compared to last. The national average is $3.05 right now, but here in Nashville, the average is really about $2.82 a gallon. Well, it's been almost 2 years and still no closure for a Middle Tennessee family forever changed by road rage.
Metro Police putting out a reminder of a reward offered to try to identify the person responsible for a Christmas Day 2022 road rage murder of Christopher Sponhorst. The 37-year-old Greenbrier husband and father of 5 was fatally shot while driving westbound on the East Loop downtown. The reward for information leading to the arrest or indictment of the driver of the black 2016-2017 Kia Optima sedan involved is up to $23,000. Anyone with information is asked to call Crime Stoppers. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. We're getting mixed news about what's happening on 24 eastbound this morning. East of MLK Parkway, exit 11. They're saying that the roadway is still jammed up this morning because of two separate accidents involving several vehicles. However, we have had some super texters text in and say that that roadway is open and running well now. So if we can get more information on this, we'll keep you updated. Again, of course, if you're traveling through that area, would love for you to text in as well and let us know what you are seeing. The number is 615-737-9986. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.807, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Welcome on in to your Friday, man. Thank the Lord. It is Friday. It is December 20th. Joan Jones is in the newsroom who has a tidbit of information.
I do. So Fox News is now reporting that meeting that Tim Burchett slipped out of to come talk to you, that meeting is still ongoing, but only with certain members of the Republican Party. They have opened the House floor. Some of the members are now headed into the chambers, which means, that signals that there's something to talk about in the chambers and perhaps something to vote on.
Yeah.
But they are still saying that they think that there is going to be something to vote on by 10 o'clock this morning. They actually are still reporting.
Is that 10 o'clock
10 o'clock Eastern time. Yeah, so 9 o'clock our time. So they are talking about, they call it the fix or Plan C, whatever it is. And this one is very slimmed down. This would be a CR that continues things as they are right now. Nothing added to this bill. The debt limit is not addressed in this one. It's going to be very, very slim.
I want to replay some audio real quick that I've been having fun with all day. Thank you, Joan. And so some members are still in the meeting, others are not, is what I just heard Joan say.
Correct, yep. Just the most conservative members.
I bet you Ogles and Burchett are still in there.
Yeah.
I think he, it just in full candor, Andy Ogles and I are going back and forth. It looks like he is still in the meeting. I've asked him specifically if he is still in the meeting, because that was like 3 minutes ago, and we'll see if he gets back to me. But, here's the deal. Burchett and Ogles, 2 no votes, and if ultimately they come with a deal where there's, the debt limit, does it say anything about the raising of the debt limit? We're getting wonky on this, but
they will not raise the debt limit with this new one, with this Plan C.
Well, that's going to be an issue for Donald Trump then.
It certainly will.
And Elon Musk, this is J.D. Vance.
To shut down the government, even though we had a clean CR, because they didn't want to give the president negotiating leverage during his first term, or during the first year of his new term. And number 2, because they would rather shut down the government and fight for global censorship bullshit. They've asked for a shutdown, and I think that's exactly what they're going to get.
38 Republicans voted against it as well.
So he's talking about you heard him talk about the global censorship BS. A State Department agency which has been chided by conservatives for its, they say alleged, blacklisting of Americans and news outlets is set to be refunded in the continuing resolution bill currently being hammered out among lawmakers on Capitol Hill. There are a lot of lawmakers that wanted the Global Engagement Center to be cut, but it is still there, included in page 139 of the CR. Although it doesn't specify its budget allocation, a previous Inspector General report shows the agency's fiscal year 2020 budget totaled $74.26 million, of which $60 million was appropriated by Congress. So there's a lot of folks that, wanted this shut down. The GEC, they say, according to reporter Matt Taibbi, funded a secret list of subcontractors and helped pioneer an insidious and idiotic, a new form of blacklisting during the pandemic. Everybody knows what happened during the pandemic. Taibbi wrote last year, when exposing the Twitter files, that the GEC flagged accounts as Russian personas and proxies based on criteria like describing the coronavirus as an engineered bioweapon, blaming research conducted at the Wuhan Institute, and attributing the appearance of the virus to the CIA. Here's the deal. At least one of those things turned out to be true, which was research conducted at the Wuhan Institute. But let's all be honest. We know that conservatives have been censored for a long time, whether it was Facebook, whether it was Twitter before Elon Musk and so forth. And so I love that, conservatives want this particular agency or whatever you want to call it. It's not an actual agency, but it's a part of an agency. The Global Engagement Center does need to be cut. I would love to see that cut. And I think all conservatives, especially the ones that have been censored, that's what we want to see. By the way, there's some great audio. I don't know if you've noticed, Joan, but the media is apoplectic over Elon Musk. They're saying that he's a grave threat to democracy and all of these other things because he seems to be actively participating in the budget process. So I don't know if you saw this, but part of what is going on today and in the last couple of days has been that you have a lot of these Democrats who have voted no on the continuing resolution. Elon Musk tweeted this out. Oh, forgot to mention that I'm also going to be funding moderate candidates in heavily Democrat districts so that the country can get rid of those who don't represent them. And then he starts talking about some specific members. And
They're quaking in their boots.
Yeah. That's exactly right. And see, they don't like, here's the deal. They don't necessarily, certainly Democrats, they don't like to be held accountable. And so now what's going on is Elon Musk has a very big platform, He's got Donald Trump's ear. They are saying that Elon Musk is Donald Trump's closest advisor. And here's the thing that I find so funny, because some people are like, oh, he's not elected. Well, okay. Do we need to go back to the other big story of the day, which is unelected advisors running the country while Joe Biden continued down into the abyss with his issues with his mental cognition? I mean, that's same thing, isn't it? Although one is a lot more sinister. The people that were lying to the American people about Joe Biden's abilities to run the country, they were lying to the American people about it. Everybody, they were telling us, yeah, Joe Biden is certainly running the country. He's sharp as a tack. When it turned out that no, Joe Biden wasn't sharp as a tack, and other people have been running the country. Unelected bureaucrats, faceless people within his administration. And so now you have people that are saying, well, Elon Musk isn't elected, so why does he have so much influence on Donald Trump? Well, I could say the same thing about Joe Biden's administration. At least Elon is upfront about it. Hell, he's tweeting about it. He's posting on X about it. And people are laughing at the fact that Elon Musk and Donald Trump, the CR that they approved yesterday, did not get approved. And so now everybody's going after Elon Musk, and they're basically the devil incarnate, so on and so forth. And Elon Musk, he doesn't care. He's just laughing about the whole thing. But I love that people are now trying to say, and this is what's so funny, people are trying to say that Donald Trump is being puppeteered by Elon Musk.
For that reason, Elon Musk is puppeteering Donald Trump and every other member of Congress that he wants to, and every other member of Congress that he wants to benefit Elon Musk.
I'm not sure Trump is doing anything to dissuade people
in October.
Position.
In October, the principal Democratic argument was Donald Trump is going to be a dictator, and today it's Donald Trump is just being puppeteered by other people.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a great point by Scott Jennings. By the way, I'm going to leave these poor guys alone. They're going to get a restraining order. Congressman Andy Ogles is still in that meeting that we were talking about earlier. So I bet you Burchett is still in that meeting. Andy Ogles is still in that meeting as well, because they're holding the line. We'll have to see what happens. It is 8:15 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, coming up, some great audio from one of my favorite commentators, and he brings up some great points. He's going to bring up some great points about the media and why the media absolutely hates Elon Musk. It's Jonathan Turley, and that is coming up on WTN. Time to check the roads. (8:16) Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. As far as your weather goes, a high today of 39, a low of 32, cloudy, slight chance of some snow. No need to run to Publix or Kroger. It's going to be okay, friends.
It's 1%.
It's 1%.
Are we going sledding tomorrow?
We're not going sledding tomorrow.
Are we going to have a snowball fight?
No.
Joan sounds so disappointed.
She does sound so disappointed.
She's like that. She's like, oh, like she already has the sled in her hand going,
I do.
oh.
You know what? Maybe maybe out in the hinterland where you live, Joan, it might get some actual snowflakes.
You know where it's snowing? It's in Indiana. They're getting a blizzard over there before Notre Dame plays their playoff game tonight. It's a snow globe over there.
Okay, well that's very exciting.
I see Stefano DiPietro's little, his I don't know, I guess the calendar that shows what's going to happen. And he did have some little snowflakes. I saw them.
Okay.
They were out there.
Well, thankfully, not all of us are snowflakes. We can handle a few little snowflakes.
Yeah.
Wah, wah. Saturday and Sunday, highs 40 and 43 respectively, and no rain. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So Jonathan Turley is on Fox News, and they're talking about how the media is portraying Elon Musk as this grave threat to democracy. Listen to what Jonathan Turley says.
It's like another scene out of, the Lord of the Flies. You have all these pundits and politicians chasing him around the island. And you have people go into absolute vapors every time he talks about censorship or talks about Donald Trump. Really, this turned on Musk when he bought Twitter and took down the censorship system. But most importantly, when he released the Twitter files, because many of us were testifying in Congress and Democratic members would say, you've no proof that there's any coordination between the government and these companies. And then Elon Musk supplied the proof with
he brought receipts,
thousands of emails coming from government officials and offices, over 80 FBI agents targeting individuals and groups for censorship. They never forgave him for that. And you have this bizarre situation where, you have CEOs that openly support Harris, openly support extremely far-left policies. There's not a peep about them. But there is this Musk mania, which has just overwhelmed the media recently.
Yeah, people are actually calling him President Elon. I mean, this is so stupid.
He could be House Speaker. There's no need for anyone to.
Oh, Mike Lee. Oh, yeah. My Lord. I forgot to cover that today. Mike Lee is out there saying that Elon Musk should be Speaker of the House. Speaker of the House, right?
Yes.
You don't have to be a member of Congress.
That's correct.
To do that. So, I mean, can you imagine heads exploding?
I can see him getting like 1 or 2 votes and everyone else just looks at him like, what are you guys doing?
Yeah, you know what? Here's the deal. I think that would be extremely entertaining. I really do. I think that would be entertaining. I think that for Republicans, I think that they would hate that. Obviously, Democrats would hate that as well. There was talk about Donald Trump being the Speaker of the House. That's where I think the Senator Mike Lee, I think he talked about that way back when as well.
Before he became president, yes.
Before he became president. So, I mean, I don't know. What do you think? Super texters, what do you think? I know what the super texters are going to say. Absolutely let Elon Musk be Speaker of the House. I think just for entertainment's sake, and talk radio's sake, I would absolutely love that. We got more, by the way, more from Jonathan Turley is coming up because he's also talking about, in this interview on Fox News, he's also talking about how it's very possible that Elon Musk is also going to be a victim of lawfare as we make our way through the Trump administration. It is 8:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here, and I'm going to tell you about my buddy Mark Spain. Spend time where it matters most this holiday season and sell your home fast with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You don't have to worry about showings or open houses or spending money on costly repairs. The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate allows you to bypass the market, receive an all-cash offer, and close in as little as 21 days. I love the folks at Mark Spain Real Estate. If you are looking for a hassle-free experience in getting your home sold quickly and for the most money and hassle-free, call Mark Spain Real Estate. They've got over 12,500 five-star reviews. 855-299-SOLD is the phone number, 855-299-SOLD. You can always find them online. It is markspain.com. That's markspain.com, and start packing. 821 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones, what's coming up?
Got the latest about that meeting that's happening on Capitol Hill right now with the House Freedom Caucus and other members of Congress. And so we'll bring you what we have learned in the recent just couple of moments here about what's happening with that slim down CR Plan C. That's coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
827. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dude, one of the other, we're playing audio from Jonathan Turley talking about Elon Musk. And I got to tell you that one of the reasons why the media hates Elon Musk is because before Elon Musk, the media was really the gatekeepers of the information, right? I mean, we're talking about the censorship that has happened over the last, really, I mean, since COVID, but before that as well. But really during COVID is when it really reared its ugly head. And Elon Musk put a stop to it because it was clear on X, at least, but we all know what was going on with the government agencies and trying to get conservatives and people that had differing opinions from Dr. Anthony Fauci shut down, whether it was Facebook, whether it was Twitter. And so when Elon Musk exposed all that, he exposed a number of things. He exposed the media because they were all in with the FBI and the socials in censoring basically conservatives or anti-Fauci people. And so the media is apoplectic about Elon Musk because of a number of things, but that's one of them, is because he exposed their evil nature. And so I think that as I was playing this Jonathan Turley audio, I think that by and large, there's a lot of knives out for Elon Musk from the media, from the Democrats and the politicians, and probably some Republicans as well.
They've already done everything they could short of throwing him into a wood chipper. I mean, they've targeted his revenue, they've targeted his companies, they've targeted his advertisers. In my book, The Indispensable Right, I talk about Musk, and love him or hate him, he is without question the most consequential figure in free speech of our generation.
Yep.
I think that he has done more for free speech than any living person today. In some ways, he actually stopped the progress of the anti-free speech movement by releasing the Twitter files. But he's really that immovable object that this irresistible force encountered, and they won't forgive him for it. You know, all their CEOs caved. People like Zuckerberg and others, they caved like a house of cards.
Yep.
But they finally found someone that couldn't be coerced, couldn't be threatened, couldn't be scared. And they will not forgive him for that.
Nope, they sure won't. And here's the deal about Elon Musk. He is uncancelable. That's the thing. You know what Elon Musk has, Joan?
What does Elon Musk have?
I can't say it right now because that would put me way late. But coming up at about 8:36, I'm going to tell you the real reason why Elon Musk is uncancelable. And it is what every American should strive to have. And that's coming up next. 8:30 on WTN.
Good morning. It's now 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. House Freedom Caucus members are reportedly still behind doors this morning with House Speaker Mike Johnson and with Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. And they're hashing out a new continuing resolution that would keep the lights on at the federal government. Here's Fox News' Aisha Hasni just moments ago.
I'm being told at this hour that there is a deal, a temporary fix to avert a government shutdown, and a vote will happen as early as 10 a.m. today. It does not appear to include the debt ceiling provision that Trump called for, but because, again, they weren't able to get the House Freedom Caucus members to agree to that.
Now, we're staying on top of the story, and as we learn of new developments, we will bring them right to you. In other news, a class action lawsuit has been filed against the owners of many of the parking lots in Nashville. Those lots use cameras to identify and bill you. Well, now some users say the bills are bogus.
I was shocked. $25 parking fee, $50 invoice fee. I'm not really sure what that is. And then the $25 late fee on top of that if you didn't pay it within a very short amount of time.
Yeah, now the lawsuits have been filed in California, Texas, and in Tennessee. One suit says Metropolis, that's the parking company, created systems intentionally designed to confuse, deceive, and charge unauthorized fees to extract more money from consumers. consumers. Metropolis denies the claims. It's going to take you longer to get full benefits from Social Security starting in 2025. Full retirement age is now set to increase to 66 years and 10 months for people born in 1959. You can start collecting benefits as early as age 62, make that, but the monthly benefit can be reduced by as much as 30% if you do take it early. Well, moments here after the opening bell, and we've got stocks this morning on a downslide. The Dow Jones Industrial started off 73 points lower, NASDAQ down 195 this morning. We got the S&P 500 index minus 27. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 832, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. If your family is obsessed with Wicked, you're probably wondering how much streaming and memeing your internet can handle at your kid's next Wicked-themed sleepover. Well, Xfinity Internet is powerful enough to handle hundreds of devices, so you can get a magical connection with fast speeds and amazing power, even when everyone is online at the sleepover. With Wi-Fi that is truly thrillifying, one might even say that Xfinity engineers are secretly wizards themselves. Now through December 22nd, it's about to end, folks. Now through December 22nd, incredibly fast 150 megabit Xfinity Internet for just $35 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with Xfinity Mobile. Find them online, xfinity.com, to learn more and keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen and see Wicked in theaters now. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Currently $54 a month for internet service and $15 for Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary and are not guaranteed.
Well, things are looking pretty good right now. We have no delays to speak of on 24. Things are cleared out for the most part. If you're traveling 24 into the Nashville area this morning from the Clarksville area, but I am still seeing that there are some delays this morning on the eastbound lanes. Make that on the westbound lanes as you're approaching Joelton. That area this morning looking pretty slow, but I don't have any reports of any delays, any accidents in that area. Just be advised that if you're heading away from Nashville on 24, things could get a little rocky. Things are looking good, though, on 65, and no problems to speak of around the airport, where it is expected to get very busy today. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:39, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here along with KGB Malinoff. And Joan Jones is here. Hello, Joan.
Yes, sir.
The panic is out there. I could use the same sound effect.
This is because of the big snowstorm that's coming, right?
For the snow in the forecast or Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Joan is still hung up on this snowstorm. Never going to let it go.
I'm from the Northeast, you know.
Get your milk and your bread.
Yeah. All the pantry staples.
What is your go-to when there is a massive snowstorm? We don't have a snowstorm
Oreos
coming.
and milk.
Oreos and milk for you?
Yeah.
Okay. So what about you, Malinoff?
Whatever's in my parents' fridge. I go to their house because they overstock their food because of grandkids. I go, whatever's in there, I'll eat it. Yes.
All right. Very good.
But if I had to make a choice...
Can I ask you again, Jeff, how old are you?
He's 29. I already know
29, and you run to your parents' house every time?
Yes.
Is it going to be snow?
Well, also, I don't want to be alone when I freeze to death.
All right, moving right along.
Hey, listen,
I'm trying to find my Slatoski or whatever we talked about. I don't know. What would name do? Natasha?
Svetlana.
Svetlana, that's
Not
what it was.
Svetlana. Svetlana.
Wait, so Dan said it wrong. It's not Svetlana.
It's not Svetlana.
I said we were making up a name for Jeff's girlfriend, and Joan said it's got to be a Russian name like whatever you.
Why are people still panicking? By the way,
Svetlana.
Your panic is still going on.
And then I said, well,
because we're talking about your love
or whatever.
Love life.
And I called
my
her.
love life causes a massive panic, like it's Black Friday.
No, you know what happens, actually? You know what happens is when Malinoff, when he announces on social media that he's single, all the women start running. I know.
Hey, Jeff, I just want to make a note here. You wouldn't be so afraid of dying, freezing to death by yourself and going to your parents' house if you had a girlfriend.
I know that this is pre-girlfriend stuff.
But Joan, the problem is they're all running.
Well, okay. Can I also explain myself? There's an awesome hill outside their house for sledding.
Oh, okay.
So that would be
I'm going.
because an apartment doesn't really have a lot of sledding action. My parents' house, their backyard is a perfect sledding condition if there's a lot of snow.
Can you tell them that if they wake up and some woman sledding in their backyard, it's just me?
It's just Joan.
JJ, just Joan. So Elon Musk.
I want to hold on before you do anything. I just want to tell you something very serious stuff. Mm-hmm. Okay, Livingston, Tennessee. There is a plant. I'm not sure what the plant's name is right now, but this is Overton County. There is an active shooter in the parking lot of a plant. It is in Livingston, Tennessee. 2 people have been shot at that plant. The Overton County Emergency Management Agency is there. Police are all around the parking lot there. And they are looking for the shooter. So it's an area that you should avoid if you had planned on traveling out to the Overton area this morning.
Did they say, I'm sorry, Joan, did they say which plant?
They're not saying which plant. It's I'm reading it from the WSMV website. They are saying that it's a plant. A plant in Livingston, Tennessee. An active shooter in the parking lot. So I'll keep my eye on this again, and I'll bring any updates that we have coming up in the news at 9 o'clock.
Okay. We're talking about Elon Musk and whether or not he should be Speaker of the House. And I love that. I thought that we would have a lot of people that would be excited about Elon Musk being the Speaker of the House. But we've got some people that actually, don't want Elon Musk to be Speaker of the House for a number of different reasons. Number one, he's got poor negotiating skills. He's not the greatest speaker, they will say, like actual vocalizer speaker. And he doesn't know how to negotiate. So one person said, the House of Representatives is enough of a crap show. We don't need any more of that stuff. But other people love it. Other people think that it would be a great idea. So I don't know. Joan, what say you?
Sorry, I'm listening to breaking news. I'm trying to be that news person that you hired me to be.
Malinoff, what say you? What say people on Musk is the Republican equivalent of Hillary Clinton, somebody says.
Well, when we first asked, people were like all about it just because they kind of like the chaos and just like, it would just melt everyone down. He's maybe not the best negotiator, but he would just keep order in a sense. I think people were agreeing on. And then it went to more, he has no experience in D.C. He wouldn't be like, it's not like buying a website. This is a completely different ballgame. People are explaining, which is completely valid.
Yeah.
But it's split. There were some people that like the idea.
It was like 50-50.
It was 50-50. It still is.
Becky's got a great point. Becky says Vivek would do better than Elon as Speaker of the House. I absolutely agree with that.
He is a better public speaker for sure. Yeah,
and I think that Vivek is also probably more, and you people that love Elon, and I like Elon, but this is going to drive you nuts. But I think that Vivek is more of a realist. Vivek lives among us, if you know what I mean. I don't think Elon is more. You gave me that look, Malinoff, but I do. I think that
among us.
I think Vivek relates more to the average American than Elon Musk
One's
does.
like a multi-billionaire with rockets, playing with rockets, and the other one has been really like achieving the American dream coming from the ground up. So the relatableness goes to Vivek for sure.
Yep, yeah, absolutely right. So I seriously doubt. I mean that's not going to happen. I think Trump knows that the work of the House of Representatives is really important, and so for me, I think that if he was going to pull something like that, it would be more of a Vivek Ramaswamy. People are asking me, by the way, that am I going on vacation next week? Yes, I did announce. I did mention yesterday I'm going to be on vacation next week. However, I'm going to be on Red Eye Radio.
So you're just ditching us.
Nice vacation. So you're going to an earlier time slot.
No, he's ditching us. He's ditching us.
Can I be honest with you two?
Overnight.
I'm going to be honest with you two.
I hate when you're honest. Go on.
They pay me a lot more money than you do. So I'm going to go do Red Eye Radio.
I pay you? Wait, me and Joan pay you?
Well, the local.
With blood and toil.
I mean, I've only been here for a few days and you're already sick of me. You already need a vacation.
By the way, people wanted to know, I said Elon Musk has something that every American should want, and that's why he is uncancelable. FU money.
Yes.
That's what Elon Musk has, is FU money.
He has, honestly, I hate to use the word literally, but it's like figuratively, it's like unlimited money.
Yeah.
It's almost, it's impossible for him to run out.
Yep.
You spent $44 billion on Twitter, and now you still have, 200 some odd billion?
Yep.
And how much did he fund President Trump's candidacy with? I mean, it was
a couple $100 million.
It was a couple $100 million.
A drop in the bucket for him.
$250 million seems to come to mind.
I had trouble putting up $25.
Yet Kamala spent more, and didn't have Elon, and lost.
Hey, I want to play this audio before we get out of here. I want to play this audio from Dan Crenshaw. Dan Crenshaw, of course, Texas congressman, and I have not heard this yet. Do we know there's no curse words in this, right, Malinoff?
I don't think so. If there, let's see. It doesn't.
Well, that's okay. You know what? We know the dump button. So he has been triggered, and that triggering has gone viral because they're talking about Congress people, politicians, not being allowed to trade stocks. And of course, we all know Nancy Pelosi. I've well documented how, in my opinion, she has abused the system, and she has made millions and millions and millions of dollars with her stock trader husband. So Dan Crenshaw was somewhere talking about this.
Why not? Don't let us trade stocks. How about we'll just keep whipping ourselves. How about we don't make any money either? How about just cut our paychecks? We haven't gotten a pay raise since 2008. Even a COLA increase. So yeah, this is a great idea. Let's make Congress a place where only the millionaires can actually afford to do the job. This is a wonderful idea. Let's just keep doing that, because and then some it's always some member, right, who senses the populist energy and then mirrors it, believing that this is what's going to help me connect with the people. Because what do the people want? Well, they want an easy button. All my problems will be solved if there's no stock trading. All my problems will be solved if there's term limits. Yeah. But if you think about any of these things for 5 whole minutes, you might quickly come to a different conclusion. Now, what I vote for? Yeah, sure. Who cares? Who cares?
Wow.
Like it doesn't matter to me because I don't have any fucking money.
Yep. There we go. He dropped it. We got it.
Oh my goodness.
I did not. It looked like he was on like a news show. That's why I didn't expect it. If you in the audio,
Crenshaw dropped the F-bomb, and for you people watching on WTN TV, you saw both Malinoff and I jumping for the red button.
It was, of course, it had to be at the end too. We were so close.
We were so close. I'm thinking at the moment that he dropped the F-bomb, I'm thinking, okay, I think we're going to get through it.
Yeah. It didn't seem like he was going to go in that direction anyways, and then all of a sudden it comes out of nowhere. But like you should see, so someone posted about it. Nick Sorter posted about it, just like saying, like he put the video on and it says, spearheading the effort to get a pay raise for Congress.
Yeah.
And then he goes, yeah, or maybe you're bleeping lying piece of bleep because I'm not even on the yes list for the whip team. Never have been. But hey, whatever gets you pathetic bottom feeders, your clickbait.
Yeah.
Blanking incels. Like he just goes on this
incels.
Yeah, he calls them incels at the end there. It just goes on this massive tirade.
So Dan Crenshaw is a jackass.
Should I dump that too?
No,
we're good there.
You can say that. Because he goes automatically to personal attacks and starts calling people incels. And by the way, y'all know what an incel is, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what an incel is, Pamela? Pamela.
Pamela.
I'm not talking to you anymore.
Yeah.
I'm texting back and forth with Pamela Furr because she says, "Oh my God, have the dump button ready." And so I'm texting her and talking to you, Joan. You know what an incel is?
I do.
So for people that don't know, an incel is somebody who is involuntarily celibate. And in the past, people that are incels, and I'm air quoting that, they've turned into like shooters. So whatever. So anyway.
He used to be popular. Do you remember he was like this up and coming congressman?
Yes, he used to be
and
Dan Crenshaw.
Now
he's
great. Just this big crybaby. That's what he is. He's just this like he's like a liberal on Twitter when someone gets their feelings hurt. He just goes to a straight attack.
Well, and I think that it is a worthy conversation to have, right? I mean, should Congress people be allowed to trade stocks? Because Nancy Pelosi and others, Republicans too, they've abused the privilege by utilizing insider information to buy stocks and unload stock if they know that they're going to end up under congressional investigation, these kinds of things. So it's a worthwhile discussion absolutely to have, but you can't have a debate with a guy like Dan Crenshaw if that's the way that he's going to act.
How the mighty have fallen.
I don't know. Thanks, though, for you guys for jumping in on that one.
All right, what's my name?
Joan.
Okay.
Joan. See, I'm easily teachable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Old dogs, new tricks.
Yeah, but
get your news person's name right.
But once you've learned, you forget.
No, it's just I'm easily distracted.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm texting Pamela and I'm talking to you,
mm-hmm.
and Pamela sat in that chair for me for a lot of years, then I'm easily confused. That's just the way that it goes.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, most people, Malinoff, can you hear the frost coming from the dust-encrusted news corner?
Yeah. She's making her own like sled in the making sure she's ready to sled at any moment. It is? No, she's making her own little hill of just a fake snow so she has something to sled on.
Wait, you know what happens when I know that I've angered Joan? It's time for me to run. All right, so I'm out. EJ Host is coming up next, and that's very exciting. So we've been trying to get her in here to fill in for a long time. Chris Hand is in the Great Melting Pot of Phoenix, so he'll be back on Monday. EJ is coming up next. We'll be back to wrap it up next right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. I want to tell you about my friends at Stoltz Co. Now, listen, if you've got some land that you don't know what to do with, maybe if you've got some property that is it's missing something, think about a pole barn from my friends at Stoltz Co. They are the premier pole barn builders in the state of Tennessee. You know that putting up a pole barn from Stoltz Co. could increase the value of your land big time. You can use it as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building. Maybe you can just live in it. Now, the thing is, pole barns from Stoltzko, they are flexible and they're built really well. You could also, by the way, plan ahead and build your retirement home. Call them today, Stoltzko. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-622-5992. 615-622-5992. You can also find them on Instagram and Facebook or at their website, STOLTZCO, Stoltzko.com. .858, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, Joan, are you there?
I am.
Hey, Joan, I think I've got a new way to start the broadcast each and every day.
Uh-oh.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Start your tape right now, because I'm about to tell you the truth.
Right? I mean, wouldn't that be great?
And F you if you can't handle the truth.
And F you if you can't handle the truth. Should I do that?
Yes, like put it in the opening, like Nashville Morning News, and then cut it to Scarsboro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't want to replace Kennedy, but I think this would be fun.
Start your tape right now because I'm about to tell you the truth.
No, right after that.
And F you.
Go after that. Go right to "And so my fellow Americans."
I could.
If you can't handle the truth.
I like the thing I like best is the F you if you can't handle the truth. I like that. Whatever. Anyway.
Very nice.
And on that note, Merry Christmas.
Hey, Merry Christmas. We won't see you again.
Happy Hanukkah.
Yes, I'll be broadcasting from home, actually, Red Eye Radio next week. So be sure to tune in for that. And we've got a host of fill-ins next week for me here. I guess I'll see you around at the end of this year because I'm going to be back, I don't know, 30th, whatever it is. Anyway.
Merry Christmas, bud.
Merry Christmas. We'll see you soon.